Hey, everybody, what's going on? What's hot? What's hip? What's happening for your welcome to 2025 here for Tom-A-Thon? That's right. We'll be with you just as long as I can stand it. And as long as you can stand it. Personally, I think I can stand it longer than you can stand it. What a year 2024 was, and it's in the rear view now, and we're all happy with that. By the way, opening theme by Tim Brickley and the Bleeding Hearts out of Indianapolis, my good friend, and thank you so much for never go out of my way to see you fall. And I never do. I never have to. That's the beautiful part of it. Hey, but without further ado or further ado, we've got stuff that's going to happen. Reno Hightower's here. He says, hello, chat. Oh, hey, Tom, Happy New Year. Happy New Year right back to you. Right back at you. Happy New Year to everybody recovering from a hangover. Most of you probably aren't even awake yet. That's okay. That's okay. I did not watch the ball drop. No, sounds painful to me. I don't need to see a ball drop. Thank you. That's for other people. And then you got to do the 4 time zones. Who wants to do that? Nobody. That's who wants to do that. I got some weird stories from 2024 here lined up. Maybe the wolf. Maybe we'll see the wolf, hear from the wolf. Maybe other people. We may open up the phone lines. You know what? I could open up the phone lines right this minute. I might as well. Well, before I do that, I got to put the banner up with the thing. And then, like, share, subscribe, retweet, notification bell, all the free things that you can do for us that will help us with the algorithm, the almighty, all-powerful, all-seeing algorithm. And we do have super chats, and we do have memberships if you'd like to avail yourselves of those. And we're never going to say no to that. But please turn on your gifted memberships. Tells how and scroll at the bottom of the page. And then you can get a freebie. And who doesn't want one of those? Kahuna's here. He's working on New Year's Day. Now that's dedication. Oh, no, I'm working on New Year's Day. That's dedication. Happy New Year's, Tom. Happy New Year to you. And hopefully it is a prosperous and glorious 2025. Hoping for that for you more than anything. More than I even hope that roller derby Tom Gulley wins a championship, or McMurphy Tom Gulley does not get a lobotomy. We're hoping for all those things. We're hoping that the Hee Haw cast also has, most of whom are dead, I think, in the background there, but I think Roy Clark might still be alive. I don't know. I know Buck Owens is dead. I know Arch Campbell back there is dead. Who else? There's probably more dead people there than we ever knew. We're back there dead. A lot of hee-haw. There's way over here is Grandpa Jones, and I know he's dead. There may be more dead people in the background. Is Roy Clark alive? Does anybody know? Reno Hightower saying, currently having my coffee from my favorite, The Tom Gulley Show coffee cup. I do have a photo of that somewhere. Roy Clark just recently passed away. Damn. So Roy's not with us either. Dog daggit, dangity, dog darn. A bunch of those people in the back row are no longer with us. Anyway, a lot of dead people. Terry Nee, dead, and dead. Yes. Happy New Year, Terry Nee. Always glad to see you. Always great to see Terry Nee here and whatnot. So I guess I could get into these. I was going to open up the phone lines. Doggone it. Let me open up the phone lines because I know there's a lot of people dying to call in, as usual. To call in and call and have their calls called in on the program. And as soon as that's over, I'll get into some of these bizarre stories from 2024 that I would have otherwise covered back in the old days on the show, but now I don't do that anymore. I do historically famous weird stories. that are more historical. So, and as it is 2025 now, I'm just waiting for all those people that never watched this program to call in and tell me what I ought to be doing on this program. I was talking to somebody about that yesterday, and they were like, well, those people, they don't really do it. No, they don't. They don't. So why do you, I don't know. I don't know why they do that. Not like most of them have their own show. And if they did, would it, I don't know. I don't know. I envy their free time. I do. I also envy Terry Nee. Dead. I do cover a lot of dead people here on the program. Phone lines are open, 972-994-6822. So, a Brazilian woman was charged with attempted theft in the violation of a corpse after wheeling her dead uncle into a bank in Rio de Janeiro and trying to take out $3,300 in a loan in his name. Yes. In footage of the incident, Erica de Souza Vieira Nunez, 42 years of age, can be seen asking Paulo Braga, 68, but really, was he 68? are you still that age when you're dead? I mean, do they still say he's 94? I don't know. I'll have to check the AP style guide. And Paulo had died just hours before. And she's saying, Uncle, are you listening? You need to sign. When a suspicious bank employee pointed out that Braga doesn't look well at all, Nunez replied, he doesn't say anything. He's like that. And then tried to force a pen into his hand. Even in Brazil, pick up a pen is, that's a thing in Brazil. Pick up a pen. Ray DeVito, apparently, in Brazil, spreading the word. Reno Hightower said, a Brazilian. That's a lot. Yeah, a Brazilian and a half. Yeah. Google's new AI search tool was widely mocked for generating erratic and inaccurate answers this year. In one case, its AI overviews urged users to mix glue with cheese to make it stick to pizza. Yes, in another, it was asked, can cockroaches live in your penis? And it replied, absolutely, then added, it's totally normal, too. It advised users to eat one small rock per day. Also advised users to cook chicken at 38 degrees Celsius and to smoke 2 to 3 cigarettes a day, yes, if pregnant. Asked to name fruits that ended with U-M, the AI replied, applum, bananum, strawberrum, tomatum, and coconut. Not coconum, but coconut. So AI not having a great year, really. Nicole Shields is here, one of my very favorite people on the face of the planet. And without Nicole Shields, I would have gone totally insane in the mountains of Utah. The voice of reason, Nicole Shields. And I hope that 2025 is the best year ever. And I hope that Nicole Shields is, well, I can't really say the things I want to say, so I won't. I was going to say bad things about people we both know, but I'm not going to. She knows who they are. I know who they are. And we both know what we'd like to see happen to them. Brett's Hollywood show says Steak-'em. Steak-'em is delicious. I've always been a big fan of Steak-'em. It's fast, it's easy, and it's got steak in the title. What more need you know? Thank you, Brett, for showing up. I appreciate it. Terry Nee says, Hager twins, dead. Roy Clark, dead. Buck Owens, dead. Well, Art Campbell in the background there, and then the guy over to the far left, they're both in, one of them's name's Gordon, maybe. They're both dead. And then Grandpa Jones to the lower right is dead. Let's see. Anybody else I can make out here? Is Ganilla Hutton still alive? I don't know. Nicole is saying, I hope this is a great year for you too. Yes, I totally know who you're talking about. There's more than one. I hope one of them gets electrocuted while playing Angry Birds in front of the state regulator. That's as much as I'll say. That's just about as much as I'm willing to say here. Kathy Baker alive. I believe Terry Nee is going through the cast photo of Hee Haw and trying to figure out which ones are dead, which ones are alive. Oh, jeez. I'm sure there's another photo you can. I'm blocking some of them. There's Roy. There's Buck. They're dead. Well, one of them's picking and one of them's grinning. 972-994-6822. If you'd care. If not, that's fine too. That's fine too. A private high school in Atlanta was criticized for setting pupils on an Adolf Hitler themed assignment. 8th graders were asked to rate Adolf Hitler as a solution seeker and offered as options approaching expectations, meets expectations, and exceeds expectations. Pupils were also asked to rate Hitler as an ethical decision maker. Mount Vernon School's principal explained that the assignment, which has since been removed from the curriculum, has been intended to boost student knowledge of factual events. Couldn't you just say what Hitler did? Wouldn't that get it across the plate for most students? Wouldn't it? Lulu Roman is alive still, apparently. Yes, Reno Hightower, and she's a motivational speaker, and I think she does some singing, and she's lost tons and tons and tons and tons of weight. Lost lots of weight. Junior Samples, not in the picture, also dead. String Bean, not in the picture, also dead. Elvis Presley, gigantic fan of Hee Haw, wanted to be on Hee Haw, but Colonel Tom Parker wouldn't let him, also dead. I think, is George Lindsay still alive? Let me see here. George Lindsay. I know Goober. Let's see if Goober is still alive. I don't think he is. Maybe he is. I don't know. He seems like no. He died in 2012. So Goober also dead. Sorry, Goober. Sorry that you're no longer alive, Goober. It was none of my doing. Stribbs is here. He says, Happy New Year, Tom, 2025. Thank you, Stribbs. Thank you for leaving up all those incredibly awful videos about me. Terry Nee says, Kathy Lee Johnson Gifford, alive. Misty Rowe, alive. Galliard Sartain, great actor. Oh, he's so good in Hollywood Nights, alive. Kenny Price, alive. Brett's Hollywood Show says, vehemently agree, Steakums are criminally underrated. Love them. Love them. And reasonably priced. Nurse Goodbody, still alive. That's very good. They had to change the name of KORN. They didn't have to, but they did, because it turns out there was a KORN. So they changed it to something else. I forget what it was. I can't remember every one of these. A soft play center in West Sussex, England, was criticized for hosting an event for adults who enjoy dressing up as babies. Wild Wonderland in Lansing normally welcomes children under 14, but last December it was used for a party that had been advertised on a fetish website. According to the Argus, the over 25s event was offered story time with milk and biscuits and a nappy change room. However, attendees were urged to bring their own nappies and wipes. In response to complaints from regular customers, a spokesman for the play center apologized but added, "Who are we to judge? Society, I think, society was, you know, yeah, society, we can judge, right? I mean, we're those kind of people. I think we can judge that. I don't think there's any. I mean, there's certain things that almost defy judgment. I mean, Yale University held an anti-racism event this year to explore the scourge of racism within the anti-racism movement. Organizers of the 3-week webinar series entitled Unmasking Racism in Anti-Racism Education said they would be using decolonizing methods to uproot the racism that is embedded in our existing anti-racism frameworks. The stated aim of the program was to help solve the puzzle of why racism is continuing to flourish despite ongoing anti-racism events. So there's racism in anti-racism. It doesn't make any sense. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. But that's why it's one of our weirdest stories of 2024. And still no word as to whether Ganilla Hutton is alive. The proposed design for a train station in China was ridiculed for its resemblance to a giant sanitary pad. Officials in Nanjing, where the station is due to be built, insisted that the design was inspired by the city's plum blossoms. Why can't we all tell it is a sanitary pad immediately, but the architects can't? Demanded one social media user. By the way, this next story, I actually belong to this next story's Facebook page. And I just, if you think I read these stories before the show started, you're crazy. That would require show prep. We all know not much of that gets done here. Reno Hightower says it's almost like racism is everywhere if you look for it hard enough. Exactly. If you look for something hard enough, you'll find it. A Facebook group called Dull Men's Club, which I highly recommend. I follow that page. Whose motto is Celebrate the Ordinary, went from strength to strength this year. In one post, a 50-year-old named Andy uploaded a photo of a wheel he made out of Pringles that he called the Ringle. Another user dubbed it the Lord of the Ringles. In other posts, men discuss their favorite pylons and roundabouts and compliment each other on their mown lawns, tidy shed, and tea kettles. And yes, that's what happens on that page. That's why I love it so much. It's a great page. The phone lines are open, 972-994-6822. The number's down there in the crawl. Let's see here. I don't know if we have any British people watching at the moment. I did start this early, especially for our audience. And by the way, good thoughts out there to our longtime listener, follower, Diana O'Brien. Diana, we're thinking about you. We're thinking about you, Diane. British men, however, have fared very poorly in an international competition, a comparison, if you will, of average penis sizes. According to World Data, which reviewed 40 studies spanning 88 countries, the nation with the largest average erect length is Ecuador, 6.9 inches, followed by Cameroon, 6.56 inches, and Bolivia, 6.5 inches. The UK ranks 68th with an average length of a mere 5.1 inches, don't you know? Not tremendously large, you know. Almost the only people we can feel superior around when it comes to our trousers are Cambodia and Yemen, lamented Caitlin Moran in The Times. The rest of the world is putting on a sympathetic face and saying, but you have lovely eyes, Britain, and a kind heart. Yes. Lovely eyes, kind heart. Let me see. I'm not going to do the metric. It's 2.53 centimeters to an inch. So 25 centimeters would be like 10 inches or more or something. I'm doing the math correctly. I don't know. Abiola, you're going to have to do that math yourself. Not yourself, but you're going to have to do it yourself. I'm sorry. We simply can't handle that for you. I'm sorry. Might as well get rid of that for the time being. Cool. Let's see here. A respected science journal has apologized for publishing a paper that included a wildly incorrect AI-generated diagram of a rat, which featured not one, not two, not three, but 4 testicles and a disproportionately large penis, and was accompanied by garbled text. According to Vice, the creature depicted in the peer-reviewed Frontiers in Cell and Developmental Biology was shown sitting upright like a squirrel and was surrounded by nonsensical words such as disliced and testome cells. Paper has since been retracted. The use of dubious AI-generated diagrams in science literature is seen as a growing problem. Emphasis on growing. Know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. There's an emphasis on the growing part there. Let's see. Scott LaRock says Robert Plant was going to give you every bit of his things that he had to give, which might include songs by the Honey Drippers. I don't know. I don't really follow Robert Plant that closely. Yeah. A lot of the weird stories, how can I put this? They're from like a local area. So it's the weirdest stories in somewhere in Utah or somewhere. It's, that kind of thing. And then some of them are like subject matter oriented, like the weird and viral automotive stories. Weirdest stories from the Philly area. I'll go ahead and do this one because I have no use for Philadelphia whatsoever. None. It's just not my cup of tea, you see. It's really... I can't. I've reached my free article limit on the Philadelphia Inquirer. I don't know how I did that. It's Sky News. Nah, Sky News is all ghost stories and stuff. Yeah. I don't like ghost stories. I don't believe in ghost stories. There's some shows out there that are all conspiracy theories and stuff. There used to be one that was on once in a while, and it was awful. It was terrible. There's nothing they wouldn't believe. Oh, my soap dish is a door to another dimension. Oh, many times it's happened throughout history. Yeah. The New Yorker. Maybe they've got... Nah, I don't want to do that one. That one, they actually want you to read the story. So I'm not going to read the story. I want you to just tell me what the thing is. I don't know. I'm not going to read the story. Just tell me. Make me work for it. That's silly. Absolutely silly. All of them have that alligator that was in a drain pipe in Tampa or somewhere. It's like, that's not weird. That's like life. You know, it's not weird. That's what they do. Yeah. So hold on. Let me get back here to my main thing. Oh, okay. Well, 972-994-6822. Let's see. If you have a flat tire and your cell phone runs out of a battery power and nobody's around, guess what? There is a payphone around sometimes. And there's one in Tacoma Park, Maryland. An old payphone located on the corner of Flower and Erie Avenues plays bird calls. Once you pick up the receiver and press any button on the keypad, you hear a different bird, the cawing of a crow, the whistling of a wood thrush, or the chatter of the belted kingfisher. Each bird call is accompanied by an authoritarian voice, giving the listener not just the identification of the bird, but other salient facts. And it does nothing but piss off people that actually need a payphone. Imagine you're driving to work one day and you see what you believe to be money flying all over the road. You might just pull over and start grabbing as much of it as you can in your thirsty fists and thinking it's your lucky day. Well, it's not. Drivers in Charles County, Maryland were greeted to the alleged surprise on March 29th as what looked like a large amount of money was blowing around on Route 5. That, of course, caused a huge delay as drivers pulled U-turns and parked on the side of the road to collect some of that cash, that green, that scratch, that dead president wampum. Alas, those extra Benjamins flew out of the back of a home junk removal truck. Well, they turned out to be fake. Printed across the faux currency were the words "not legal tender for educational use only." While some thought they were collecting a nice reward, it just turned out to be a huge waste of time. Speaking of huge wastes of time, we're here on the Tom Gulley Show today. Yeah. In May, police in Howard County, Maryland, said officers recovered more than, get this, 15,000 stolen pieces of construction equipment valued between $3 million and $5 million in what officials call one of the largest and most expansive theft cases in recent years. The investigation began in January when police followed the tracking device on one of the items taken to a storage unit. After obtaining a search warrant on 12 different locations, police found the actual mother lode of these stolen tools, from drills to electric saws. The stolen tools came from retail stores, businesses, vehicles, residential properties, and construction sites, and were kept in multiple storage units, 11 of them in Howard County. Jose Aceves, 52, of Jessup, Maryland, was arrested in the case and faces one count of felony theft scheme. Police said 155 victims were identified and property was returned to the rightful owners. The rest were sold at auction. There you go. There you go. That's just stupid. That's weird. But anyway, they found a black bear. An entire black bear in a plastic bag, dead, been struck by a vehicle. And so the person who struck the bear bagged it up and put it along the side of the road. It's kind. Let's see. I thought you were going to say 15,000 pieces of 8. Yes, pieces of 8. Pieces of 8. Have you ever heard of the country Slowjamistan? No, nobody has. The so-called nation sits on a self-described enclave of about 11 acres in the desert of Imperial County, California. Its leader, the self-appointed, self-proclaimed Sultan, is a radio DJ whose focus is on outlawing Crocs shoes. During the 2024 NATO summit in July, Sultan of Slowjamistan Randy Williams came to Washington, D.C. to tour the nation's capital and attempt to speak with world leaders about his lovely 11-acre land. The lovely Mac Koufax, a name you'll see a lot on weird things lists, spoke to the Sultan during the NATO summit to learn Slowjamistan's origin story and how you can become a Slowjamistanian. There you go. Maryland had a mullet madness competition. There's a lot of mullet competitions in the last year. Deer got stuck in a soccer goal. It's the closest Australia has come to World Cup success ever. And, yeah. It's some of your bizarre stories. Man, I got more than where that came from. I got plenty more where that came from. Trust me. I saw that little Jim video about that new land 2 days ago. Yeah, Slowjamistan. Slowjamistan. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. 972-994-6822. Can you dig it? I knew that you could. What else? Oh, man, did you guys hear about that? Oh, man, I might as well pull this story up. The truck that killed all those people down in, I believe it was New Orleans. Here we go. I don't know. Man, I got to tell you, this show is going to be a train wreck, worse than usual today, because of the amount of coffee that I've had this morning. Made the mistake of leaving the house and going out to get something early this morning. It was very cold, by the way. And on the way out of the 7-Eleven, I saw the coffee. And I got one of those trash cans of coffee. And anyway, a driver wrought carnage on New Orleans' famed French Quarter early on New Year's Day, just this morning, killing 10 people as he rammed a pickup truck into a crowd before being shot to death by police, authorities said. More than 30 people were injured as the attack Wednesday turned festive Bourbon Street into a macabre mayhem. The FBI is investigating it as an act of terrorism. The driver was killed in a firefight with police following the attack around 3:15 a.m. in an area teeming with New Year's revelers, according to the FBI. Investigators received a handgun and an AR-style rifle after the shootout, law enforcement told the Associated Press. Investigators were also combing the French Quarter for potential explosive devices, another law enforcement official told the AP. The officials were not authorized to discuss details of the investigation publicly and spoke to AP on the condition of anonymity. FBI Special Agent in charge Althea Duncan said officials were investigating at least one suspected improvised explosive device at the scene. New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell described the killings as a terrorist attack. New Orleans Police Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said the driver was hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did. It was a very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he could, Kirkpatrick said. After the vehicle stopped, the driver emerged and opened fire on responding officers, police said. Officers returned fire, killing the driver. 2 officers were wounded and are in stable condition, police said. They were in addition to 33 people injured in the vehicle attack. When I got to work this morning, it was kind of pandemonium everywhere, Derek Fleming, chief bellhop at a downtown hotel, told the AP. There were a couple of bodies on the ground covered up. Police were looking for bombs in garbage cans. This area is a prime New Year's Eve destination. Tens of thousands of college football fans were in the city Wednesday for Wednesday night's Sugar Bowl playoff quarterfinal between Georgia and Notre Dame at the nearby Superdome. The game is expected to be played as scheduled Both schools expressed condolences and said they were working to determine if any students, employees, or alumni were harmed. Zion Parsons told NOLA.com that he and two friends were leaving a Bourbon Street restaurant when he heard a commotion and banging and turned his head to see a vehicle barreling onto the pavement toward them. He dodged the vehicle, but it struck one of his friends. I yell her name, I turn my head, and her leg is twisted and contorted above and around her back, and there was just blood, Parsons said. The 18-year-old said he ran after hearing gunshots shortly thereafter. As you're walking down the street, you can just look and see bodies, just bodies of people, just bleeding, broken bones, he said. I just ran until I couldn't hear no more. Bourbon Street has had barriers to prevent vehicle attacks since 2017, but Wednesday's rampage happened amid a major project to remove and replace the devices, which left the area vulnerable. Work began in November and was expected to largely be wrapped up in time for the Sugar Bowl, which is being played in the city on February 9th. Hours after the attack, several coroner's office vans were parked on the corner of Bourbon and Canal Streets, cordoned off by police tape, with crowds of dazed tourists standing around, some trying to navigate their luggage through the labyrinth of blockades. Elsewhere, though, life went on as normal in the city, known for some as a motto translates to "let the good times roll." Near Bourbon and Canal Streets, where the truck came to rest, some people were talking about the attack while others dressed in Georgia gear talked football. The cafe a block away from the crime scene, people crowded in for breakfast as upbeat pop music played. 2 blocks away, people stood around drinking beer at a bar, seemingly as if nothing happened. President Joe Biden, speaking to reporters in Delaware, said he felt anger and frustration over the attack, but would refrain from further comment until more is known. The attack is the latest example of a vehicle being used as a weapon to carry out mass violence, a trend that has alarmed law enforcement officials and that can be difficult to protect against. A 50-year-old Saudi doctor plowed into a Christmas market teeming with holiday shoppers in the German city of Magdeburg last month, killing 4 women and a 9-year-old boy. So anyway, it's not the greatest start to 2025, but there we go. The Wolf says, if you build it, the homeless will come. Mint Diggity says, I seen you at the Wawa. Why would you say 7-Eleven? Well, Mint Diggity, I don't know what condition that your brain is in currently. I live in Texas, and to my knowledge, there are no Wawas in Texas. There certainly are none near where I live. And so I was at the 7-Eleven. Are there Wawa locations in Texas? Boom, shakalaka. Wawa store locator. Okay. Let me see. By location. There we go. There we go. Please. Please. Oh, yes, there's one 523 miles from me. That's the closest one. So, Mint Diggity, I'm sorry, but you need help. What We Watch After Dark says, Happy New Year, Tom. That is the great Nate, and Happy New Year to the great Nate. And watch What We Watch After Dark. Everybody, go over there, subscribe, give him a little love. Guy's doing a good show over there. He's doing it what we like to call a damn fine show. It's a damn fine show. We used to work at the all-new Sports Fan 990. I don't know why it was all new. It wasn't that new. I think, don't you have to be old before you're all new? But for some reason, we were the all new right out of the gate. It was never any regular Sports Fan 990, and then it became all new. No, it was all new from the beginning. The shirts, everything. And I don't think I got one of the shirts. I know Dave Michaels did. I didn't get one. They probably had run out of budget for shirts by the time I got there. Since they didn't have a budget to pay any of us, the shirts were, Universal Jones is here. He says, Happy New Year, Tom. Hello, Universal Jones, and happy to you. You can check out Universal Jones at The Urban Landlord here on YouTube. There, Universal Jones. He's Universal. I assume he's Jones. And he's a very intelligent man with a lot of interesting and funny things to say. There are a few people on that channel that I never want to speak to again, so I won't. But Universal Jones is not one of those people. And there's probably only just one. But I can't. Tommy Lee Jones once said to Jim Carrey, I can't abide your buffoonery. I think that's what he said. I'm pretty sure what he said. And I can't abide. I can't. It's just a drunken person screaming and yelling. And says, we miss you, Tom, but I get it. Yeah, I can't allow myself to be put in that position where, okay, you're just going to let the drunk guy scream? Is that it? All right. And I got to try to talk over? Okay. All right. Well, you can have the drunk guy then. See where that gets you. I'm sure that will raise the level of entertainment and discourse exponentially. The guy who, right in the middle of a intriguing, interesting, irresistible topic with educated, informed people of differing opinions, exchanging thoughts and ideas, defending those thoughts and ideas in the marketplace of public opinion and debate. The drunk guy go, hey, did you guys notice they're gonna sell candy corn this year again? Or just a lot of ingratiating stuff. I'll see somebody enter the room and go, hey, so-and-so, did you ever buy those shoes you were gonna get? It's a common tactic of drunks to just try and not be criticized for anything by, a false level of endearment. It's not for me. But everybody else over there, rock on. I hope in 2025 you get all the things. I hope everybody over there gets all the things. So go over to at The Urban Landlord, and also What We Watch After Dark. I love that show. It's a damn fine show. That I'll say. 972-994-6822 if you want to call in. The phone lines are what we call WFO. They're wide open. You can figure out the rest of it. I don't think I have to say it, do I? I don't think I have to say it. We did the headshots at the request of viewers. So, go get yourself one of those somewhere. I posted them all over. Some people are using them. Unfortunately, some of those people used my copyrighted logo in them, and that's a bad move. Somebody could decide to go DMCA on that, but I probably won't. But I might, because I could, but I probably won't. Although, there's every chance, because if you don't know the rules, because you're not smart enough, but I probably won't. However, but I probably won't. That probably will not occur. We'll have to see. Hold on just a second. So, yeah. But probably not. But maybe. You just never know. You know, if I'm in a good mood, then there's no problems. But it's hard to remain in a good mood when you put one of your backgrounds up and then you realize that like half the people in the background picture happen to be dead. And then people in your chat room remind you, no, they're dead. They're dead, all right. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry your pretty little head about that. They are dead. Many, many, many of them dead. Now, I don't know that these people are dead. They could be. There's Rosie Lopez there at the far end on the left, I think. I know she's still alive. But some of these other people who aren't as famous, they could also be dead. I don't know if Don Cornelius is dead. I imagine that he is. Let's check him out. But he might not be. I don't know. I don't want to say, no, he's dead. Daggone it. Don Cornelius also dead. Been dead for 12 years. Daggone it. Incidentally, tomorrow's show on Fred Hampton, who was very controversially killed. Was a deputy director of the Black Panther militia and head of the Illinois chapter. And so he obviously no longer with us. You know, it's becoming more and more apparent to me that, yes, we do discuss a lot of people that are no longer with us here on this program. I want it, though, stated, well, actually, my podcast, which you can go to the TomGulleyShow.com and see podcasts. There's a bunch of my former guests there. I mean, guests on the show. They're no longer with us. Paul Kiriazi, the noted director and writer. There's Ron Eckerman, the manager of Leonard Skinnerd, was in the plane crash. He's no longer with us. Who else? I think there's some other ones too. I mean, I'm not saying there's a curse or anything like that, because since we've done this show, I think we're still good. I mean, I didn't interview President Carter. I can't be held responsible for that. But you never know. You never know who's going to turn up, you know. But we have, you know, many times on the podcast, a lot of those people are, well, Kip Adada, no longer with us. You know, I didn't have anything to do with that. We didn't even know. He had one of those, he's one of those people that didn't, like, his family and stuff didn't announce that he had passed for like a month or whatever. Every year there's one of these stories, okay? And so I'll go ahead and do this one, but they've got one every single year, and they vary a little bit in, what's going on with the situation at hand. But anyway, here's the story. 50 years later, a man who grew up in suburban Detroit tried to return a very overdue baseball book to his boyhood library, and their answer was, yeah, just go ahead and keep the book, and we're not going to fine you. Chuck Hildebrand, 63, of Chicago, Illinois, said he visited the public library in Warren while in town for Thanksgiving, carrying a book titled Baseball's Zaniest Stars. He had borrowed it in 1974 as a 13-year-old baseball nut, but never returned it. When you're moving with a bunch of books, you're not examining every book. You throw them in a box and you go, said Hildebrand, who has lived in many cities. But 5 or 6 years ago, I was going through the bookshelf and there was a Dewey Decimal library number on the book. And I said, "What's this?" And inside the book was a slip of paper. Yes, indicating that it was due back at the Warren Library on December 4th, 1974. Hildebrand told the Associated Press that he decided to keep the book until 2024, the 50th anniversary, and then try to return it. He figured the library might want to publicize the long overdue exchange. He said he recently met with library director Oksana Urban, who listened to his pitch. Hildebrand said he hasn't heard anything since then, though Urban told the Detroit Free Press that all is forgiven. Some people never come back to face the music, she said, of patrons with overdue books, but there's really no music to face because he and the book were completely erased from our system. So, baseball's zaniest stars is back on Hildebrand's shelf. In return, he's now trying to raise $4,564 for Reading is Fundamental, a nonprofit literacy group. The amount roughly represents the 50-year overdue library fine, and he is seeding that effort himself with the first $457. So there you go. Every year there's one of these library book gets returned stories, and so that's this year's edition of Returning a Library Book. Now, some of you may not think people go to the library anymore, and I got a hot news flash for you. There's a lot of people that still read. And one of their favorite places is to read because, once you've read a book, you might read it again, but you're probably just going to sit there on a shelf. The only books I have here are the ones signed by the author. Now, this one is an exception. Men of Action by Ed Robertson. The FBI book he signed. This one did not get signed. However, I've got enough of Ed's books that are signed that I'm willing to forge his signature and say something super nice about me on the inside of it. And I have read all of his books, even the ones that I'm not heavily quoted in, which I think is what makes it a beautiful gesture on my part. 972-994-6822 if you'd like to call in. If not, we will call the wolf, who apparently is up. Somebody, I'm not going to mention any names, might have to take a quick, what I'll call a break, because I did drink a lot of coffee. I'm not going to lie to you. I drank, can I say a buttload? I think a buttload is the amount in question of how much I drank, how much coffee. It was a lot of coffee. It really was. Tremendous amount of coffee. Well, there we go. Saw me at the Wawa, did you? What's that say there? Mint diggity. What's that say? Yeah. Does that say Wawa on it? No, it doesn't say Wawa. I know. You could have got that anywhere and just kept it. That was part of my ruse, my elaborate hoax to keep you from knowing that I went to Wawa for some reason. Please. Come on. You're losing your heads, fellas. You're not even good at trolling anymore. You're losing your heads, fellas. That might be fun to play. Hold on a second. This might be a fun thing to play. Hold on. I think I can make this happen. I hopefully won't get dinged for this. It doesn't really matter. We're not exactly monetized this morning, so why worry about it? Let's see here. Yeah. There we go. Oh, wow. Hold on, Tommy. Hold on. I'm seeing a lot of these really good AI things with, well, never mind. All right, let's see here. Frozen peas. Here's the outtakes. Frozen peas. Well, I mean, this is Orson Welles, and he's doing voiceovers, and not real happy with the people he's doing them for. See if I can make this happen. Come on. Come on. Be good to Daddy. Come on.
Do you want to go through everything and then come back?
No, tell me. I usually prefer to, but tell me what's wrong.
All right, I just think the very opening could be a little...
Nothing is more important than the simple act of people getting together.
Good.
Could I have one more go, Lawson, please? Sorry.
What?
Could I have just one more take of that?
Why? I just did it right.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not used to having more than one person in there. One more word out of you and you go. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
I take directions from one person under protest. But from two, I don't sit still. But who the hell are you, anyway?
No, I'm the engineer.
Well, why the hell are you asking me for another one?
Well, I thought there was a slight bonk, and I would just like to be safe.
Jesus. What is a gonk? Do you mind telling me what that is?
A bang from outside.
A bang from outside.
Uh-oh.
Can I see Mrs. Rogers for a minute, please?
Uh-oh.
Yes, certainly.
Oh, boy. Here we
We
go.
know a remote farm in Lincolnshire where Mrs. Buckley lives. Every July, peas grow there. Do you really mean that?
Yeah, so in other words, I'd start half a second late.
Don't you think you really want to say July over the snow? Isn't that the fun of it?
If you can make it almost when that shot disappears, it'll make my...
I think it's so nice that you see a snow-covered field and say every July peas grow there. We know a remote farm in Lincolnshire where Mrs. Buckley lives. Every July, peas grow there. We aren't even in the fields, you see.
Yeah, we are.
We're talking about them growing, and she's picked them.
Yeah.
What?
In July.
I don't understand you, then. What must be over for July?
When we get out of that snowy field...
When I was out, we were onto a can of peas, a big dish of peas when I said in July.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, always. I'm always past that.
You are.
Yes, well, that's about where I say in July.
Can you emphasize a bit in July?
Why? That doesn't make any sense. Sorry. There's no known way of saying an English sentence in which you begin a sentence with in and emphasize it. Get me a jury and show me how you can say in July, and I'll go down on you. That's just idiotic, if you'll forgive me by saying so. That's just stupid. In July. I'd love to know how you emphasize in July. Impossible. Meaningless.
I think all they were thinking about was that they didn't want to...
He isn't thinking.
Listen, can we just do one last...
Yeah?
And it was my fault. I said in July. If you can leave every July...
You didn't say it. He said it.
It's every July.
Your friend. Every July?
So after the show...
No, you don't really mean every July.
It is.
But that's bad copy. It's in July. Of course it's every July. It's too much directing around here. Norway. Fish fingers, no, Findus, Norway. We know a certain fjord in Norway, near where the cod gather in great shoals. There, Jan Stangeland. Shit.
A fraction more on that shoals thing, because you rolled it around very nicely.
Yeah, roll it around and I have no more time. You don't know what I'm up against. Because it's full of things that are only correct because they're grammatical, but they're tough on the ear. You see, this is a very wearying one. It's unpleasant to read. Unrewarding. Because Findus freeze the cod at sea and then add a crumb crisp coating. That's tough, crumb crisp coating. I think, no, because of the way it's written, you need to break it up, because it's not as conversationally written. What?
Take crumb out.
Take crumb out. Good. Here under protest is beef burgers. We know a little place in the American far west where Charlie Briggs chops up the finest prairie-fed beef and tastes... This is a lot of shit, you know that. You want one more? More on what beef?
You missed the first beef, actually, completely.
What do you mean missed it?
You're emphasizing prairie fed.
But you can't emphasize beef. That's like his wanting me to emphasize in before July. Come on, fellas, you're losing your heads. I wouldn't direct any living actor like this in Shakespeare. Will you do this? It's impossible.
Orson, you did 6 last year, and by far and away the best, and I know the reason.
The right reading for this is the one I'm giving it.
Oh, the moment.
I spent 20 times more for you people than any other commercial I've ever made. You are such pests. Now, what is it you want?
No, I think...
In your depths of your ignorance, what is it you want? Whatever it is you want, I can't deliver because I just don't see it.
That was absolutely fine. It really was.
You isn't worth it. No money is worth it.
No money is worth this. There's an even better one with Jack Palance. And this one, oh my God, this is the greatest. Hopefully I don't get dinged for this either. But this is it. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's probably copyrighted in some form or fashion. Let's see here. I got to very carefully, very surgically. You're losing your heads, fellas. Here we go.
Now, look, we're going to do this for a little while, and that's it. Because I am not going to do it the way you want. I will never be able to do it your way. I can only do it my way. Wait a minute, lady. I'm not doing it any way other than the best that I can do. And if you are not satisfied with my best, then that's too fucking bad. So we're going to have to reach a solution or a resolution very soon. You cannot keep telling me what you think is the better thing, because I don't even know who the hell you are. And after 50 fucking years in this business, I'm not going to take all the interpretations from you. You asked me to do this. You didn't tell me that I was going to have to sit here and take all of these goddamn directions from you. You didn't tell me that, did you? Which I'm doing now. So let's do this thing and know that we are getting close to burnout. Ah, bullshit. You love everything, but. That's loving nothing.
Sorry. Okay. I play the Casey Kasem one. You've all heard the Casey Kasem one anyway. You don't really need to hear that. Anyway, let's see. 972-994-6822. Yeah. Jack Palance. All I can do is the very best that I can do. And if you're not satisfied with my very best, see you. See you later. Anyway. So, yeah. So here we are. New Year's Day, 2025. 2024 gone. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I didn't think it was that great of a year. I mean, it was okay. You know, it's just fine, I suppose. Nothing against it. Anyway, why don't we reach out to the vast network of Tom Gulley Show entertainers that we have at our disposal. Let's see if we might be able to get one of them to come on to the show and favor us with some stories and some things and stuff. And
hello.
I was calling for Martin.
Hello, Daddy. This is my daddy.
No, it's not your daddy. Your daddy's caught up in
Are you
space.
coming to my birthday party, Daddy?
No, I won't be able to make it this year. I'm up in space with your daddy, who will soon be floating adrift in space.
Are we going to the Corova Milk Bar?
No, the Corova Milk Bar. I'd like to go there, though. It's a really horror show.
What? So milk. So you could have a little bit of the old Milk Plus to sharpen you up?
Yeah, just a bit.
Or a little of the old ultraviolence?
A little bit of the ultraviolence. A little nastiness last night. Your name was mentioned.
Playing Hogs of the Road?
Yes. Really groovy. Very groovy.
In the Durango 92.
Yeah. Most of the people that watch the Tom Gulley show have to have their eyelids propped open, kept permanently open. And then afterwards, anytime they see my show, they vomit. They get sick.
Who was that, Mad Magazine, or was it Crack that made fun of it?
Oh, it had to be Mad Magazine, I would imagine.
where they had he would vomit on people, and he vomited on the old man that they were beating up with that elephant head.
Yes.
And the guy committed suicide because of how rank the vomit was.
Well, did you ever see the part where you saw the whole movie, but it was rated X when it came out, that movie.
Well, I don't know. I've always seen the same version.
Well, back then,
so I wasn't.
Back then, the ratings had an X rating. There isn't one anymore, but back then there was an actual X rating, and that's why all the adult films were XXX, because that's just a title. They never went through the Motion Picture Association, to be rated. So they made themselves XXX. Like, ooh, this is really, really crazy bad. But I don't think they have.
It was probably X for violence.
Yeah, that's what it was X for. And I think maybe Scarface got that. Let me see if there's still an X rating. Is there still an X rating? Maybe there is. I don't know. No, it doesn't exist anymore. It's now NC-17. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wasn't it R something before that? R18 or something like that?
It just says that NC-17 replaced X in 1990. And the reason they changed it was that they didn't copyright it for ratings, and the pornography industry had, appropriated that particular rating for their content. So
I just can't stand that dodgy porno.
So my big question as we head into 2025 is, have you heard from Brad?
No, I have not.
I don't think we're going to hear from Brad.
That's probably a fairly reasonable thought of outcome. I'm guessing he probably won't communicate.
Well, we should send, those things you used to get, they staple $1 to a letter and want you to answer a survey or something. You should staple a nice crisp $5.
I'd send him a letter with $1 in it saying, I want you to eliminate this person and have my picture in the letter. like it's a file.
How could somebody
for a hitman?
How could somebody turn down an opportunity to talk to you and me?
Well, it is Brad.
Yeah, it is Brad. Is Brad.
If there's no free booze at a wedding offered, then at a reception, then I'm guessing he's got to say no.
Right. So did you ever, when you were in Palmer Hall, that was your, when I first met you, that was your first year there, right? You'd been in Edwards for 2 years?
No. That was my second year at Palmer.
Oh, okay. How long were you in Edwards?
A year.
Oh, okay. I got you. So I got you. So I knew you were a junior. So you're a junior.
Yeah, there was only 1 year of bombing people with plates and bombing Lemme guys and having bottle rocket fights with Hearst.
I don't have a problem with any of those things. Just, don't take it out on the Sigma Chi's. The thing of it is that, so you're over in Palmer, you've been there for a year, so you know at least half the guys that are there, and if not more. And some guy moves in as a freshman down the hall. He's, taller than some of the other students. He's very skinny. And then you find out that he's actually plays sports for the school. Did you think even less of Ball State athletics at that point?
Well, it sort of fit, I guess.
How so?
With all the superb athletes that were housed on scholarship.
Yeah, well,
for our top flight athletic programs.
We had a pretty good team that year. We were okay. We only got beat 9 or 11-1 by Indiana. They were
national. They were number 1 or number 2 or something.
They did win a national championship that year. Yes.
Yeah, they had a great team. I think the only time in, what was it, 4 or 5 years they lost was to North Carolina or something, or maybe it was Clemson. North Carolina.
I think it might have been Duke, maybe. I don't know. But they also had this amazingly long match with Duke in the national final. It went like 9 overtimes or some crazy thing like that. But it was fun because we got destroyed by them, but and that was at our place too. I guess the previous year we were up on them 2-1 down in Bloomington, and they won the national championship that year too, I think. But they came back and just destroyed us in the second half. I wasn't there for that. But we did get to then play Purdue, which, their field was like, it had a hill, like one end of it was uphill or downhill, depending upon what half it was.
Yeah.
And
with ropes.
Yeah.
Ropes surrounding it.
Yeah. And they had, their goals were like sunk into the ground. They were just the steel pipe, like with pipe fittings in the corner. It was awful. But we beat the crap out of them. They were no good at all.
I can't imagine a major Big Ten university having. They don't anymore. I mean, they've got a stadium now, but good Lord, I said to Fitz, I said, so what? You guys just decided to mow a hayfield and then just put up some temporary stuff?
I don't know that Purdue. They
had bleachers too.
Well, the Purdue.
You remember that?
Purdue does not have varsity team. They have a club team. Now, some of their, like Purdue Northwest and stuff, they have a team, but Purdue doesn't have a team. Still this day.
Is that because they were serving beer on the sideline or something?
Well, all of us serve beer on the sideline. I don't know what that had to do with anything. We all had beer on the sidelines. That was the rugby team used to be on one side, we were on the other, and we'd play first or they'd play first and the other one would play the second. And then so two fields right next to each other, but the bleachers were like in a pyramid. So you'd face one side and then you just would go to the other side. And there was a keg always underneath those stands they'd run the tap up to the top and people were just drinking beer the whole game.
Well, that's why they turned Ball State into a club, their rugby team into a club. It was a team when I got there.
Yeah.
And when you got there that year, they started cracking down on our student fun. So they were starting to, shut down parties, and you couldn't really have block parties anymore. And they got rid of Greenbrier, which was a sad thing.
Yeah.
And
well, they
they're like, well, you can't be a team anymore and serve alcohol on the sidelines.
Well, and meanwhile, I'm dipping Skull with an actual Skull iron on front of my jersey and everything. They would go apoplectic for that right now. But La Follette Complex for a long while, was the largest dormitory in the country. Because it was like, 8 halls or something like that, or 9? It was gigantic.
No, well, yeah, if you count girls and boys, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you had the funky shifesters in the middle.
Yeah, the international students. And so, but they knocked that whole thing down.
No, not international students, funky shifesters.
Well, the thing about the Shively, there was a lot of international students that were in Shively, and they had a soccer team that played intramurals every year, and we're very proud that they always won the soccer in intramurals. The Shively Eagles, they were, because they didn't want to take too much crap for being foreigners. And then Ball State got rid of, a lot of the rules about playing intramurals, and a bunch of the guys from the soccer team decided they were going to play intramurals, and suddenly the Shively Eagles weren't that good anymore. I don't know what the hell happened.
There were a lot of...
we hurt them, is what happened.
It's a lot of Africans there, and it's kind of like, reminded me a little bit of DePaul with the amount of Africans they had playing soccer, and it's basically all that really was.
Yeah.
It seemed like.
They got hurt.
And I'm sure they weren't poor.
No, they had a lot of money. Well, when we played Valparaiso, one of the students that was at Valparaiso that played soccer, his dad was a sheikh and bought them a team bus that, of course, our team bus, are you kidding me? We took vans, and we once took a bus that looked like a school bus. It was awful, up to Central Michigan. That's when several of the players decided it'd be a great idea to drop acid on the way up there. So they brought this team bus that was just amazing. And the sheikh got out in his sheikh garb and everything. And we were like, wow, that must be really nice to have that team bus. But then we kicked the crap out of them too. So, but yeah, they had everything. Their jerseys were brand new. We had like old volleyball jerseys or something. They weren't even for soccer. They were left over from the volleyball team. Yeah, they had no Ball State insignias, nothing. The next year we got these terrible jerseys that had like a line art of a soccer ball and then BSU underneath it. They're terrible. Absolutely terrible. Just the worst. And then
I can't believe how bad. Can't believe how bad our facilities were.
Oh God.
And being on although I must say the bowling alley was magnificent.
Oh, we had that great bowling team too. But yeah, we had an amazing bowling alley. They took great pride in it.
I think we've won the national championship probably 4 or 5 times, and they have PBA events there and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. I just remember, because they assigned you. It's a Ball State Athletics, and then it had an oval underneath it, and there was normally a 3-digit number, and this was your sort of warm up, your workout. It was a sweatshirt, and it was a good sweatshirt. It was really thick. It was really awesome, and you got assigned that, and you'd have to turn it in at the end of the year, and you'd get it back the next year, freshly laundered and pressed, and all this. And at the end of the time, I was like, okay, I want this. No, you can't have it. Why? Because somebody else gets to be 348 now. Well, but just let me buy it from you, please. I will pay whatever No, you can't have it. And they gave you a pair of shorts to work out in with 348 on it, and they just wouldn't give it back for anything. Nothing would let them, give it back to you. Here's another thing. Those trainers were free with those greenies. Oh, boy. It's, oh, you look like you fell down. No, that was me diving to save a shot. I do it all the time. Sure you don't want a few greenies? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't need a couple greenies. And get your hand off of my ass. Thank you. You don't have to touch me. If I need you over here, I'll say something. Okay, you don't have to rush over. Yeah, it was. Those showers in the locker room. Oh, so hygienic. Man, you could see things growing while you were in there, pulsating in the corners. Just what kind of Andromeda strain was being grown in that locker room. And I already told you about my dealings with Dwight Wallace of trying to turn in my physical for the NCAA. He didn't know anything. I'm walking in there, hello, and he's back there, feet up on the thing, reading, Street and Smith guide to college football to see all the players he failed to recruit. And, what do you want? I'm here to turn into my physical. What for? I'm playing soccer here. You need a physical for that? Yeah, you need a physical for that. Joanne! Or he yelled at the secretary. But that was after he asked me, you know how to kick a football? I've kicked a football before. Where are you from? Went to Carmel. Oh, we had a kicker here from Carmel. Yeah. Well, he's not here anymore. Wonder what that's telling you. I think he transferred to IU or something. I don't know. He's
very strange.
Dane Felmuth. He was like a real hippie. He wasn't like a fake hippie. He was like really into like Zen.
He
was into like Zen, like transcendental meditation, and a pretty damn good field goal kicker.
Yeah, I realized, very quickly that the reason we had such good football teams was because of the assistants, and they all started leaving. We lost. Spizak was the back coach, and my favorite Mike Tyson voiced Coach Gill was defensive backs, and I think he did the line too. It was the epitome of our linemen with the knees that looked like grapefruits they'd been operated on so many times.
I'm looking at Dane Felmuth's kicking record here. 1979, he made 34 out of 35 extra points. By the way, the 34 extra points led the conference. and 4 of 11 for field goals. Yeah, that wasn't so good. Then
Not so good.
And then the next year, 8 of 15, and then the next year, 6 out of 12. So, yeah, but who knows where they had him kicking from? There's no way to. There's no way to tell. They don't give me the long kick either. He was 3rd in the MAC in scoring one year. So, yeah, good old Dane Felmuth. Yeah, I haven't spoken to Dane in many years. I think he was on my paper route. But anyway, it's Mark Herman. That's the big guy. Oh, that was the big guy. You remember Mark Herman?
No, who is he?
Oh, stop it. He was the first college quarterback to throw for 8,000 yards, and then the first to reach 9,000 yards, and 71 touchdown passes. By the way, what about that?
I think Fitz might have blocked. Might have blocked for him, or Cake. No, Cake wasn't even in school then.
He was Mark Herman, 8th in the Heisman voting his junior year, 4th in 1980. His senior year, 64% completion rate, 2,900 yards, 19 touchdowns. Yeah, man, he was, he's all American. I delivered his newspaper.
Sherman, Campbell, Everett. What was it? Oh shoot, I can't remember who came after Campbell.
I don't know. Not Everett.
And no, Edward, I think, was before Campbell.
I think you're right. InfoWars says Tom-A-Thon to kick off the new year. I'm thinking we're back, baby. I'm like, were we ever gone? Hell no, brother. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And then there was Cake was Painter and Drew Brees. Was Fitz? No, Fitz was. We were long gone by the time Drew Brees got in school.
Long gone, Drew Brees. Long gone. You might as well have said Len Dawson or Bob Greasy.
Last year.
Lenny
Dawson.
I'm
thinking that might have been
Bob Greasy. Mike Phipps.
Well, you had. No, Phipps was before.
All of them were before.
What was Phipps? 76 or something?
Phipps was way before. Let me see here. Mike Phipps. Good old
Didn't he graduate in 76?
Oh, let's see. I think, no, he was done by 71. Yeah.
Ooh, I'm way off.
He went into the NFL draft. He's from Shelbyville. I didn't realize that. But
no, me either.
Yeah, he was the 3rd pick in the draft.
Another one of my favorite towns with the Ville ending.
Well, I think Martinsville was your favorite. Let's see.
No, there were Mooresville, Martinsville, all those were Centerville,
Connorsville.
All those villes were I was a crowd favorite.
Oh, yes, you were. Yes. Hung in effigy before and after the game. Reno Hightower says, Mark Herman, Florida or ASU? Mark Herman was Purdue. And when he got out, he was the all-time yardage passing leader in the NCAA. All-time. Now 9,000 yards is nothing. That's like 2 seasons, probably.
Yeah, well, look at how bad the defenses are and how much they throw and how little the defense can do nowadays.
Yeah.
There are like 9 quarterbacks out of Purdue, probably. Maybe more than that. Maybe 10.
Do you?
Unless there's a kid that's at the Raiders now.
Do you care who wins the Invitational? I mean, sorry, not the Invitational, the college football playoff.
You mean the tournament? As they start calling everything now, including the playoffs and the pros, the tournament?
I just call them.
No, not really.
The Invitational.
It's probably going to be Oregon, but the Big Ten seems to be cleaning house. I can tell you that so far.
Well,
and the MAC's got a few wins.
Toledo
in the bowl game, in the meaningless bowl games.
Toledo, they beat somebody.
Yeah.
It was like 6 overtimes or something. Let's see. You got Drew Brees, Len Dawson, Curtis Painter, Scott Campbell, Gary Danielson, Mark Herman, Bob Greasy, Mike Phipps, Kyle Orton, Jim Everett.
Yeah.
The cradle of
Fitz
quarterbacks.
was Everett, Orton, Campbell, possibly. No, it wasn't Herman. And then I think maybe. No, he was gone by Painter, and then I think the others were covered by Cake of Moon, which is the kid that Spock and I got hammered and lost his Peach Bowl ring in Chicago before Fitz's wedding.
That was the year Herman lost to George Rogers, which I thought was just...
Oh, you forgot. Jeff George was in there.
Well, but... only for a second. We went over that, how he was at 3 different schools or whatever. Jerk. Let's see. So George Rogers got the most votes, and then Hugh Green, and then third was Herschel Walker, and then Mark Herman, and then Jim McMahon, then Art Schleister, then Neil Lomax, Jarvis Redwine, Kenny Easley, and then Anthony Carter. Schleister and Walker, that was Walker's freshman year, and he was third in Heisman. But Schleister, who married the super smoking hot Mitzi
the king
Schinover,
of gambling.
He married the super smoking hot Mitzi Schinover, and then and not anymore, of course. But yeah, whatever. All right, enough of that crazy nonsense. Been watching Dark Shadows all night, Wolf. I'm super tired. And I'm going to leave you to host the show for 90 seconds in a minute here while I go tinkle. I drank a lot of coffee this morning.
Tinkle. Listen to that little tinkle, tinkle, tinkle.
While I go to Tinkletown.
That's out of one of the episodes of Sherlock Holmes when I forget what that one's called, where they're chasing after these music boxes that lead to the 5-pound note plates that were stolen.
I remember going to tinkle. Them blue boys wouldn't let us tinkle in the trenches.
I'm surprised he didn't call him Blue Belly, because that's what they called him a lot of times. He said, I think he was trying to be more correct, so he said, Blue Boy.
He's trying to be polite. I remember back when the Blue Boys, the Blue Belly. But
down at Appomattox.
I've been watching Dark Shadows all night, and that Barnabas Collins. Let me tell you something.
Is it the new one or the old one?
The old one from the 60s. Barnabas Collins, very gentlemanly, very well spoken. Also, evil vampire. Can never forget. Evil vampire with the wolf head cane. So yeah.
Oh yeah, that was my favorite cane. Of course, I used a lead pipe instead, but
Well, here,
that's my walking stick.
Here, you host the show for a second, and I'll do what I need to do. Hold on, just go ahead.
I'm trying to get things online here with my other phone.
Oh, well, just do that, but just talk for 90 seconds. And let's see, what's a question that I can ask you? What's the secret of making the world's largest ice cream cones? Okay, I'll hang up and listen. Hold on.
So the idea of making the world's largest ice cream cone is that you go up to that soft serve with your little cone, and you start packing it up, and then you pull down, and then you pack some more, and then you pull down, and you pack some more, and you just keep packing, and pulling away from it until it's about 3 foot long. Pull down, and you pack some more, and you just packing, and pulling away from it. And by that time, it just gets more solid, and each time you pack it. Reno Hightower says, I thought he went to school in the South, but I was like 7 years old.
He's probably not even born. Hey, do you remember the girl that you made fun of me going out with that you called the ghost?
I remember you with some pale girl, but I...
No, she was like a natural blonde. She had short hair, and it was very blonde, and yes, she was fair-skinned. You always used to make fun of me for the ghost.
Well, there was that one chick that used to come over from Davidson that was like that too.
That's who it was.
She was kind of... Are you kidding me? That girl?
I don't know. It might not be the same, but the girl that was the ghost was smoking hot. She was a nursing student, and she was... I mean, this was my freshman year. She was a junior or a senior, and yeah, Julian's...
Thinking it's probably not the same one, because that's the girl that Bland messed around with.
Well, Julian Zezer says, hello, hi Tom, hi Wolf, 2025. Hello, Julian. But yeah, the ghost.
Hello, Julian.
I saw her. God, I was helping my brother move something. We were in his pickup truck, and I was in the back of the pickup truck to make sure. And this is going through like Main Street in Carmel. And she was just walking down the street free and easy. This is like 10, 12 years after college. And I'm like, hey, Sarah, what's going on? And she just looked at me and rolled her eyes and kept walking. Well, I mean, and, she didn't know I was merely helping someone move. I was actually a big advertising executive, but she's a nurse. Yeah, the ghost. That's
so
what
you worked on Coca-Cola's. Did you do the Coca-Cola advertisement?
I've done a bunch of Coke. I did a commercial in Chicago with Michael Jordan. I did. You remember the original Coca-Cola Christmas commercial? Santa packs are coming. Santa packs are coming. I did that. Yeah, I worked on a lot of Coca-Cola stuff. And then went to another big agency and did nothing but Pepsi products. So.
Oh, you traitor.
Hey, they were paying. If you pay me, I'll do your ads. Do you have any problem doing tobacco advertising, Tom? Nope. You paying me? Nope. No problem at all. How about attack helicopters? Nope, no problem. Lotteries? Nope, no problem. Hard alcohol? Nope, no problem at all. Just whatever. You paying me? Yep, I'll do it. Secret
Those
deodorant,
two,
women's deodorant? Yeah, I'll do it. I don't care.
Those two companies had is like counties would be split, one side Coke and the other side Pepsi.
Yeah. And like we would have advertisers. Like, and when I was in Indiana, we had the Chicago Bottling Company or something, and we did all the media placement for Coca-Cola throughout the Midwest. And so if we had picked up, let's say, a transmission repair company, and they were talking to them about how much money they wanted to spend, we'd go to their headquarters, and if our media people saw a Pepsi machine, they would go, okay, so you want to spend $100,000 in radio advertising this year. That's really a pretty good budget for here in Indianapolis. How would you like it to be $120,000? Well, that'd be great. Okay, all you have to do is get rid of that Pepsi machine and all the Pepsi machines at all 11 of your locations and replace them with Coca-Cola machines. And Coca-Cola will pay $20,000 for your advertising. Is it co-op? Do we have to say anything about Coca-Cola? Nope. All you got to do is, all we want are those locations. You know, we don't care if we sell any. We just don't want them to sell any. And yeah, that was very common. That was extremely common. That they would just be like, yeah, get rid of those Pepsi.
That's how they got all the...
Yeah.
I think that's how they got in all the schools too.
Yeah, man. They just get rid of that.
Offered
machine.
a little do-re-mi.
Yeah. And the very next year, they'd be like, look, we're not going to give you 20 this year. That's crazy. You've already changed the machine, but we will give you 10. Okay, 10 better than nothing. And yeah, that's the way they did it back in the day. You know, there was a guy.
I didn't realize that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I didn't realize that you were a Coke. I'd forgotten that you did advertisements for Coke when I sent you that program from the Nazis and
yeah,
talking about how addicted they were to Coca-Cola.
Well, they also, you know, add that one to the stage. There we go.
Fanta.
Well, they changed their name to Fanta, so they could get away with it. You know, and so people that are drinking Fanta, that's actually what the Coke in Germany knew they couldn't be Coke anymore because it was an American company. So they just changed it to Fanta, and Coke still got all the money and everything. They didn't stop with that. Yeah,
it was that way in Asia too.
I had somebody.
Same thing there.
I had somebody try to tell me that Mercedes-Benz didn't support the Nazi war effort. Are you crazy? And I'm like,
oh, good heavens!
They used slave camp labor. There's a whole page apologizing for it on the Mercedes website. Couldn't convince him. No, they would never do that. They would never. I'm like, they built Hitler's staff cars, man. They were really.
They were Marie Porsche, or Ferdinand Porsche. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wrong guy. Son, but not dad. They. The one thing about the guy running the Fanta plant was that he treated his slave labor so well that at the end of the war, when they were trying to get him for war crimes, and they started interviewing those people that worked in his factories, and they're like, hey, this guy treated us great. Took care of us, kept us safe, kept us well fed, well clothed, well housed. So they had to let him go.
Well,
and he got a raise and got moved up in the company because of that.
And all the Pervitin you can eat.
with Fanta to wash it down.
With some Fanta to just wash that Pervitine down. I like how they did experiments with the Pervitine. With the slave laborers, they would just give them Pervitine until they collapsed and see how. There was one guy that they told to walk in a circle. It was like walk around these 4 tents and just keep walking. He walked around the tents for 40 hours before he finally keeled over from Pervitine.
That one thing that I sent you, they never said that was Pervitine, though. That drug that, remember the one where they're in a room, like 7 or 8 people, I think it was 12, that were in that room, isolated in that room, and they kept feeding them this drug. They never said it was Pervitine. They just said it was a drug, and it was apparently a stimulant. So, all that bizarreness that went on was because they were sleep deprived. They just wanted more of it. That's all. They didn't want food. They didn't want water. They just wanted the drug.
Yeah. It's not important what drug it is. Just know that it is good for you and keep taking the drug. That everything will be just fine. We are Germans. We are not evil. What would make you think that?
Delicious candies.
Oh, yes.
Delicious German candies.
We will coat the pills in the most delectable German chocolate. You will like it very much, yes. Yeah.
And here's some Coke to wash it down.
Yeah. I like when they took all those. And, of course, no tears were shed for the Germans. But they...
No, of course not.
I like how they started trying all these people and said, you exterminated this many people in 1 month at Treblinka. What proof of this do you have? You have nothing but random accounts from people who survived. I mean, people who were released from the death camp. I mean, the labor camp. What proof, what evidence could you possibly have? Well, here are the records that you so carefully kept for us. They couldn't help themselves. They're
helped by IBM.
They're Germans. They kept very good records of everything that they did. We have all the numbers here.
Well, now, wait a minute now. Wait a minute, fella. You're forgetting those records were kept by IBM people.
That and some of them they tried to burn, but a lot of the stuff they burned was like the wrong thing. It was don't burn that stuff. You should have burned the orders of Zyklon B. The 17 truckloads of Zyklon B was delivered to the. Why didn't you burn that?
Did you ever read that book I told you to read by Robert J. Lifton?
No.
The Nazi doctors and medical killing and the psychology of genocide that explained their entire biocracy is what they called it.
Yeah,
and it's I found this guy's name in a lot of other referenced in a lot of other places for doing these interviews with he did Goering and just most of them before they were executed.
Yeah,
they were not sorry. Most of them were like, I bet you are a Jew, aren't you? And he'd say, well, yes I am. I thought so. And they were like, he interviewed them, and they outlined their entire programs and their philosophy.
Yeah,
it's pretty sick.
Well,
I could make it all the way through that book.
The Germans would do these just like they had all these unwilling test subjects. So Mengele and the gang would get together and they'd go, I wonder how long someone can live without their heart beating in their body. Why don't we take a human heart and take it out of the chest cavity, but leave a few of the essential veins and arteries? They would do all of that stuff. And they just...
They injected them with diseases and all kinds of crazy viruses. And
what will happen if we cut someone's eyelids off? Would they be able to sleep? Would it be bad for them? I mean, they would just do that. And just if you start reading into
I have another very pervish book. Christopher Andrew and Oleg Gorofsky, KGB, The Inside Story. It's this thick book that goes through every agency created, all the tricks. It's some of it's pretty funny. He was a double agent, but he was like the number 3 guy in the KGB. And he goes over all their tricks and how they would bomb their own embassies and claim that it was the English or the French or something. They did all kinds of crazy stuff. That's why when one of them, they started suspecting that he might be a double agent, a traitor. And he outlines how he knew they were watching him and they were on to him because his neighbors suddenly avoided him when he came. Neighbors that he would wave and oh, hello, so-and-so. Oh, hello, how are you doing today? They would suddenly, turn away from him and run inside of their apartment and close the door. They took him out. They had this routine when they were going to question somebody, drug them and question them, that they would take them to this restaurant, and they had a certain bottle of wine that they had spiked that they would give them to drink, and keeping in mind that he was part of this program, so he knew what they were doing, but they did it that way anyway. So he's like, well, I knew they were going to drug and question me because they served me a bottle of blah, 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 and he said, I knew it was drugged.
The Gundlach Bunshu.
They would do stupid stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, they were Russian.
And then he describes his escape. He said he kissed his wife, and each day, because they had started following him, he had a routine that he would go for a run. He'd stop at the library. He'd go for a run. When he wanted to screw with them, he would go to a library, and because they thought that he was, communicating through books or passing secrets somehow, he would go in the library and go to different aisles and would partially pull a book out and leave it that way so that they would think that there might be a message in there. So they would be like several guys looking through all these different books that he pulled out. He would go on a run and he did the same route. And so they eventually got lazy. And he said, when it was time for me to go, I'd put my ID and stuff in a airtight bag, and I'd put it down my pants. And I went on this run, and he said, I've never seen so many men ducking to urinate along the side of the road. Every time he would turn around and they would think he would see him, they would stop and pretend like they were urinating. And he just said they got so lazy that they finally they figure, we know where he's going. We'll just wait till he comes back. So they stopped following him the whole way. And he slips into a stream and ends up in Switzerland, and that's how he got out.
Well, you mentioned people going for a run. And I don't know about you, but my neighborhood, because when people first started running, they didn't necessarily wear shorts that were made for running or shoes or whatever. First of all, there was a guy in our neighborhood that wore slip-on shoes, hard-soled leather shoes and black socks, and then a pair of khaki safari shorts with a belt, with a leather belt, and then a button-up shirt that was tucked in, and he wouldn't run. He would like speed walk around the block constantly and just be sweating, and just his clothes are sticking to him and everything else. But this old guy would just sit there and crank it out. He would crank it out. And I remember people running. They might sometimes have a pair of Chuck Taylors on or something, but they would run in like a full pair of blue jeans and just a shirt, like a button-up short sleeve shirt. It was quite common.
Well, you remember everybody wore a suit and a hat too for a long time. Mm-hmm. Even when I was growing up, I had a Dobbs and I had suits and stuff. The favorite shirt that I had was, Chief described it as Negroes Making Love. It was a dude and this girl with huge afros, and it was a fluorescent green silk shirt that I'd gotten from Flag Bros in Detroit.
Oh, God. Oh, man. I had these
suede 3-inch platforms that I wore. And,
oh, Jesus. I remember when
and I was the coolest guy in school dressing like that.
I think it was in junior high. In fact, I know it was when they started making us dress in a suit on game day. If maybe it was for an away game. I think for home games we got to wear like sweats and stuff. But for away games, we wore a suit, and we got on the bus in a suit and went to the game in a suit. Got off the bus, got changed, got into our basketball clothes, whatever, and then changed back into the suit afterwards. It was mandatory that when we got into high school, definitely had to wear a suit on away game day. Home game, we got to wear our warm-ups, but away games, everybody, and I mean suit with a tie, and our coaches would say, if you do not have a suit, we will help you get a suit, because not everybody had a suit for seventh grade.
My God.
And that was also when leisure suits were in vogue. So,
Oh boy, I've got pictures. I've got pictures with my brother and I and my dad in a leisure suit.
Jeez, those were awful. It was always like lime green or just mint green. They were horrible. Just terrible.
I had it was a real dark green that I had. My dad had several, like a beige one, and he had, I forget what the colors he had, but that was a big deal then. We treated them like zoot suits.
Oh yeah. I couldn't wear any of my dad's suits. That was just not gonna happen. And so my Uncle Carl had some suits that were like from the 40s. And this is when I was in high school, because they wouldn't fit me anywhere. And he had this one salt and pepper suit that was so cool. It was so cool with the white, the dress shirt and the black tie and the black shoe. Oh God. I just looked like I was right out of a movie from the 40s, and everybody else was wearing their leisure suits and poking fun at me. But all the teachers and everybody else were like, you're the only one that looks like they're actually dressed up. Everybody else looks like they're Mr. Furley from Three's Company.
Well, as I got older, I could wear all my dad. They used to shop at Blocks.
Oh, yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
So he had a couple of them were, nice suit jacket with a vest and all that stuff with it. And I probably have, 40 ties. Had all the tie bars and all that stuff that I used to wear. So I always looked good for suits, but now I can't even get in one. I can't even get in my XXX motorcycle cop jacket, as big as those things are.
Damn.
I don't even know if I can get my arms in it right now.
Rumpled Trench Coat, a Columbo podcast, the premier Columbo podcast, says, Happy New Year, folks. I wore a white tuxedo with a peach-colored ruffled shirt to my cousin's wedding in the 70s. I probably didn't have to mention it was in the 70s. Let's see here. I can try to merge calls if Skype is cooperating today. So you can try to call in, and I will try to merge the calls. It did it that one time, and it's supposed to do it every time, but it doesn't always cooperate. So if somebody's feeling...
Hey, the chef is in the house.
Yes, the chef is in the house. And I had blackened chicken Alfredo this morning, which means I might have another emergency run to the bathroom. We never know. What do you? So okay, how was 2024 for you, and what are you looking forward to in 2025?
Mine is simple: alive. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
As long as that continues, I'm happy.
Yeah. Well, being alive is I think that's
it's always nice.
It's a legitimate goal.
That's a good goal to shoot for, staying alive.
Yeah. I'd like to be alive. There's a lot of people that wouldn't like me to be alive, but I don't know.
Well, you could be like Keith Richards and be dead and nobody's told you yet.
That's true. That's very true. That is very true. What do you think? What do you think about this guy that drove his truck into that crowd down in New Orleans?
Oh gosh, yeah, I saw that. These people are just going nuts, and they're getting away with it.
Well, he didn't. I think that was the police ended that, but yeah.
It's just getting ridiculous now.
People are using cars all the time now.
Well, I guess they're saying, "Hey, look at this. We don't need to use firearms. Why? We can use cars or trucks, anything we got."
Yeah. He used a pickup. He had a pickup truck. You got a pickup truck.
You know, we used sleds when it was snowing out. Why, we just ran over pedestrians with sled.
Oh, you know, of course, that Lance Terry, the guy that used to drive the Deathmobile when we crashed the gate at Indy, had a ticket for splashing a pedestrian.
God. What?
Yes.
How can you?
Going out of his way to splash a pedestrian.
How can you even?
He hit a puddle and splashed a pedestrian.
How did they even give a ticket out at the 500 back then? I mean, people were lighting.
Oh no, this was in town.
Oh, okay.
No, this wasn't during This wasn't during. I hope you've got full coverage.
Well,
our method for getting through traffic.
They used to light RVs on fire and just leave them at the track. Just set them on fire, and trailers and stuff, and just leave them. Couches, TVs, refrigerators, everything. You find because that was
all kinds of stuff.
If you lived in the area, that was a job you could get. It was a 2 or 3 day job. Just cleaning up after the carnage at the Indy 500. But
well, they had decided after the Deathmobile that that was not going to happen anymore. That's what they had decided.
Yeah.
And that year there was probably the Smurfmobile year after the Deathmobile. There was probably 8 cars still burning the infield.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't going to stop.
No.
That was a little over the top, the Deathmobile year. I pulled up from. I was managing a Kmart in Terre Haute, and I drove up, and Big John's brother Tom said, "Wolf, when John pulled in and I got here, the police pulled in right after him. John had run a roadblock in the Deathmobile on the way down from Lafayette, and he said he'd been pulling over every few months. That's where I got the comment about stopping to put oil in, that he went to a lot just off campus at Purdue, and he told the guy he wanted a $50 car, and the guy would take him to a lot. He'd go, no. I said $50. Finally, he took him back to the junkards that would barely move and run. And this car had no headlights, no rear tail lights. It had no plates, no registration. And John painted it black and white and put big cheese up the butt on it in yellow paint, and had run these car chains down each side of the hood and taken the doors off. And when he pulled in, Tom said the police, they were on the radio. He could hear them saying, is that suspect in that Deathmobile? And the guy said, affirmative. And he said, he looked at John and he said, son, don't you know you can't drive a car with no doors on it?
Well,
and John started talking to the guy, and apparently John took classes at the academy in Indianapolis, so he started dropping names, and it turns out that this guy was friends with one of the people that Fitz was friends with. So he gave him a ticket for having a headlight out when there were no lights, headlights or taillights, no registration, no plates.
Well, yeah, and then in the snake pit, there were always ladies that would take their tops off, and as
there was always a striptease.
As a teenager, in late high school and early college, whatever, you'd be like, wow, we get to see some. No, these were women that you were like, put your shirt back on for the love of God. Please. Rumpled Trenchcoat says, how else were you supposed to get warm at the track? And then he says, officer, I respectively think doors are considered optional on these models. But yeah, please put your shirt.
You're forgetting the 2- and 3-year-old babies swimming in mud puddles.
It was just debauchery. And I had a buddy.
It was a free-for-all for 245,000 people.
And it started like the night before, or the day before.
Oh, no. The day before the night of.
Well, I took a buddy of mine to the track for the night before, and he was from Rochester, New York. And I took him there. We parked. He was freaking out because I just pulled up in this guy's yard. I saw the sign that said parking. He didn't. He goes, what are we parking in this guy's front yard for? I said, we give him $20 and he lets us park here for as long as we want. Oh, okay.
Was it chicken in the teeth?
No, it was not chicken.
Was that his yard you parked in?
No, it was not his, but probably a neighbor. And so then we start walking around, and there's 55-gallon drums with fire coming out of them, and various biker gangs, and the half-naked chicks, and all of the just debauchery going on. Yes, babies swimming in puddles of mud, every awful thing that you can imagine. Just nasty people making out, and people trying to sell beer out of styrofoam coolers, and they'd open it up, and there's just no ice in it at all, just warm water with leaves and crap in it, and Just and so at a certain point, some gunshots went off, and he just turned to me. We'd been there for about an hour, and he just went, "Let's get out of here." I said, "Well, why? We're just walking around." He goes, "Let's get out of here." Nothing good. He goes, "This is like the sixth circle of hell. Let's get out of here." So we left. But yeah, he didn't.
Let's be very clear on this.
Yeah.
We dubbed it the pageantry.
Yes, it was the pageantry.
That's how we refer to the Indy 500.
The 500, the Indy 500, the greatest race in the world. I wondered what they were going to do when they got the Brickyard. Were they going to write another song for the Brickyard 500, the second greatest race in the world, not as good as the other race?
I got classmates that have bricks on that Brickyard that work there.
Yeah. Rumble Trenchcoat says,
one of them. Got his own little brick.
Rumble Trenchcoat says, I can tell by the old gunshots on the wall, it's time to go. But I can distinctly remember the first time that I was at the track and the infield, because prior to that, I would go sit in Terrace Extension with my family. That's where they always got their seats. And so when I got old enough and my parents had quit going to the race, I went with some guys that one of their dads had an appliance company, stole appliances for a living. And so we would sit on the top of this appliance truck and had this great view and everything, and, folding chairs on top of it. And I remember the first time I saw a chick, she's over in the snake pit on top of a car and, teasing the crowd that she's going to take her shirt off. And I'm thinking the whole time, because I was in college, I'm used to hot college girls. And she starts... she's wearing like a leather vest, and she's just like a sausage casing, just poking out everywhere. And I'm like, oh, please don't take your shirt off. I will give you all the money that I have in this world to please not. And it was just fried eggs and gut, and you just... Oh, God. It was just never the girls that you wanted to maybe, but no, never that. Just always, jeez, God almighty. And there was probably, yes, babies in puddles of mud very close nearby.
We had, because TZ was on Andretti's pit crew, well, now he runs the shop for Andretti Green, but... or is it Andretti International? Anyway, we usually had Newman Haas' entire pit crews partying with us the day before, or actually the night before, and sometimes the day before. After, was that Carburation Day on Thursday or Friday?
Carburation Day was on the Thursday preceding the race, which they don't even have anymore. There's no carburetors. But they still have the day, but it's ceremonial, I guess. But that was the day that in central Indiana, all of the schools had senior skip day. Was Carburation Day, and then everybody went to the track and got just ossified in that infield.
It was always like that, and then even I took Bland for qualifications.
Yeah,
and it was just about the same, really. I mean, there wasn't any stuff going on in the streets, but the track was just packed city, and Glenn thought he was going to have to drive my car back to Ball State because I was in the car with like 8 girls, and I finally he's like, Warfield, are you going to leave with them? And I said, well, they want me to go with them, but I don't think I'm going to. And I naturally denied. I had to deny them my essence. So that's what happened there.
Yeah. Well,
And so I drove back with Bland. I'd gone there so many times. I've been going there since I was in second grade. Watching Lloyd Ruby practice.
Oh yeah, good old Lloyd Ruby. But I remember the year that the race was delayed so many days. This might have been 2000, 2002. It had been delayed so many times that they just opened the track up and said, yeah, come on in. You know, everybody's gone back home. There's nobody coming to this event unless we just let people in. So we just parked and walked into it, but I haven't been back since, I don't think. And I used to go every single year. Never missed it. Never, ever missed it. I remember the year...
I stopped going when they closed the infield. When they started... The weird thing is that I could have sat in the luxury boxes because when I was a manager, we sold so much oil that the oil companies used to send us tickets for free.
Yeah.
For the luxury boxes, and we just never used them. I was still going. I had the year that Rick Mears was doing 205 like for the first time and won that race. I had luxury box seats for turn 2, which was actually right across from where we were in the infield, up against the fence. And heck with that, that was the Smurfmobile year, I think.
Well,
maybe it was
the Snake Pit now has a corporate sponsor, and I remember the year that the gas man, Tom Sneva, held off. Al Jr. was blocking for his daddy. Well, not his daddy, his uncle. No, it was Al Sr. Yeah, he was blocking for him. Or maybe it was first. Anyway, he was blocking for one of them. And Carnegie's going crazy over the intercom. And I'm walking because I had to walk the 9 miles to the nearest bathroom. And I'm walking back, and it's just like, nope, he's not going to be able to stop the gas man. And so the next year, I was writing all the advertising for Pizza Hut, and I believe Pizza Hut was Sneva's sponsor. And so in the recording studio were 3 guys named Tom. There was me, Tom Sneva, and Tom Carnegie. And Carnegie was sort of narrating the commercial, and Sneva was saying things back and forth. And the conversations we had, Tom Sneva was the greatest guy ever. He was such a nice guy.
He was a good guy.
He was a great guy. But I always had a soft spot in my heart for the gas man, Tom Sneva. Because, man, when Sneva, when he got out there and put it down, there was not many that at the time that could hang with him. He was a really great driver.
Here's how perv Dobe is. He has a record of Tom Carnegie going, and it's a new track record. There's an album.
Oh, yeah.
With all kinds of Indy 500 stuff on it. He has it.
And
he also has the Red album with the Doors, with Hendrix and what's his name, Morrison, hammered and tripping on acid out of their minds, just screaming profanities and for in the, that kind of stuff.
Well,
and it's the entire album is just that.
Sneva was a junior high principal, and I
thought he was just a teacher.
No, he was he was a teacher. He was a math teacher, but he was also a principal. He won the race in '83. He won the pole in '77, '78, and '84. He won the championship in '77 and '78. But yeah, man, he was the gas man. He drove for Penske early on, and he could really run when there's nobody else on the track. He finished second in 80, and he started last. He started last and finished second in 1980. I mean, so Al Unser.
I wonder.
And Al Jr. Al Jr. was heavily criticized after the race in 83 for trying to block Sneva to help his dad win and jumping the final restart.
Probably drunk.
He probably was. But the gas man would have none of it. None of it. Did not want any of it and just went, yeah, we'll see you later. We will see you later. It was so great to hear Tom Carnegie call that, because Tom Carnegie had the, and he's on it. It's a new track record. Yeah. And Mario is slowing down. Was another famous the Snake Pit, brought to you by Our Burrows Tires. Anyway, yeah, it was a good time out the track.
I was so upset the race he lost to Danny Sullivan. Oh God!
Yeah, the spin to win.
When he spun, I was like, "Yes, he's finally going to win another one." We were all jumping up, and then they're like, "No, Danny Sullivan is straightened out and still in front."
Yeah, the spin to win, man.
Kill us now.
For those of you who don't know, Danny Sullivan, he was a damn fine racer, but at one point in the race, he's heading down the one of the straightaways, and he makes a move in his car that causes him to do a complete 360. Normally, when that happens at the Indy 500, you're going to crash. You're into a wall or something.
You're crashing.
He completely recovers as if he had never spun and straightened it out and
I think
keeps
he was
going.
in the short chute.
He might have been.
I think he was in the short chute when that happened, if I remember right.
Yeah, man, because the spin to win is a big moment in the Indy 500. It was the 1985. It was the 1985 race, and one of the most dramatic moments in Indy 500 history. Danny Sullivan took the lead from my favorite racer of all time, and a guy I've interviewed a zillion times. If he walked into this room right now, he would say, "Hi, Tom," and that's Mario Andretti. And he took the lead on lap 120, but as he was completing that pass, Sullivan's car stepped out and he lost control. He spun directly in front of Andretti in turn one, doing a complete 360. Andretti veered to the inside and slipped by unscathed, while Sullivan's car somehow avoided contact with the wall, gathered control without stalling the engine, and just continued. About 20 laps later, he managed to repass him, and this time cleanly, and led for the final 61 laps for his first and only Indy 500 victory. But that became known as the spin to win. It was a big deal. It was a big deal. I remember the year. Remember the year Rick?
Yeah, I can imagine how disappointed Mario was.
Oh God! You remember the year that Rick Mears caught on fire? And it was the new.
Not really.
It was the new fuel, so no one could see the fire, and he's just freaking out and trying to get stuff off him and everything else. Oh yeah, that was bad.
Oh, methanol.
Yeah, man, that was bad news because he was on fire. Poor Rick Mears.
You know what methanol is, right?
Yes. Yes, I do. L-I-K-K-E-R. Well, I mean, I got to know a lot of those guys because I covered the track as a stringer, and then all the sponsor ins and stuff like that. So, Buddy Lazier and Tom Sneva and Danny Ungaius and certainly AJ. Michael hated my guts. Michael Andretti. Mario loved me. Ari Lyondike.
Who cares?
Mears.
Everybody hates Michael.
Yeah, everybody hates Michael. Everybody hates Michael. But all of those dudes.
That's why they couldn't get in Formula One. He had to sell that his part of that team for them to get into Formula One because he pissed F1 off so bad.
And I had to talk to Al Sr. and Bobby and Al Jr. and Pancho Carter.
Couldn't stand Bobby. Pancho was cool.
All the rest of them, sure. And they were all pretty much nice guys. Vukovic and, Lloyd Ruby, Wally Dallenbach, all those guys. And they were all, for the most part, super cool, super nice guys. There were a few, though. Michael was one of them. Certainly Bobby was one of them.
Bobby. AJ.
Al Sr. was the nicest guy in the world. AJ once
stick in the mud, just say it.
Once you ran afoul of him, which I never did, you had to really be careful about your questions with him. And it was kind of like interviewing William Shatner. You had to kiss his ass a little bit in the question, and then you were good. If he kind of let you pass muster, then you were okay. But man, once you got on his bad side, you were there forever. I saw some long time. What was that guy's name? Robin. Gosh, dog it. He was a big writer in Indianapolis on motorsports. Anyway, he was on AJ's bad side, and AJ wouldn't even let him into the press conferences. It would just be forget it. But see,
he was a prick.
When I walked around, I just would walk around the garages and get them there because there's so much downtime.
It got worse. It got worse with the newer drivers too. Emo's kid was a piece of garbage.
Yeah.
He was horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Teo Fabi was a great interview because he couldn't speak English. Nigel Mansell was a great interview. He was really funny. He was hilarious. Janet Guthrie would talk to anybody, obviously. But there was a lot of them. There was a lot of them that were great drivers and just really... Johnny Rutherford, there's another really super nice guy. Just a super nice guy.
I talked to Rick Mears a few times. He was a good dude too. I talked to him a few times in pits.
Rick Mears was
I had access.
Well, I was just going to say Rick Mears was
I had access because of PZ.
Right. Well,
Rick Mears is what?
Well, no, Rick Mears was, he was a super nice guy. He'd talk to you about anything, but he also was, he was a reserved person. He wasn't like reserved around reporters or anything like that. He just was more soft-spoken.
He was quiet.
Yeah, he was kind of a quiet guy. And so when he talked to you, his answers were always really thoughtful. They weren't just PR stuff. They weren't any of that. I'll tell you another guy that, man, if you caught him normally, he was wonderful. But if he was having a bad day for any reason, you didn't even approach him. And that was Roger Penske. If somebody, it was like, say it was during qualifications and somebody wasn't foot to the floor during their qual, he was just ticked off. What was the guy, Scott? I want to say Scott Simon. That's not his name. And he just, his quote to one of the reporters was
about the Canadian dude.
Yeah. And he just says, "We don't pay you to go fast. We pay you to go all out. All my cars go fast."
Yeah. Well,
we don't, and basically that was it for him. It was, and when he was in that kind of a mood, I wouldn't even try to talk to him because he was just a red face of temper and anger and not going to work.
Ray Hall was a good dude.
Bobby Ray Hall was great.
Yeah, I got to talk to him because I'd go over and talk to TZ's dad. Used to run boards and stuff for them and did some other stuff for them in the pits. So I would go say hello to. He was good friends with my dad, and that's the first race car I ever saw was TZ's dad and his brother Michael built a sprint car that they used to race on Holman's dirt track in Terre Haute. So I talked to him a couple of times, I think, when he was around in the pits. But most of the time it was just Mario, and I never really talked to Paul Newman, but I was around while he was talking to Mario a lot of times. But
how about
those guys?
How about Kevin Cogan? Remember his big...
I never talked to Cogan.
Well, you remember what he did. He wrecked Mario on the very... Not even...
wrecked Mario on the first... They weren't even gone through the first lap yet.
Yeah, the first turn just nailed him. For crying out loud. It was not a good day. Johnny Parsons was a good guy. Derek Daly was a good guy. Mike Mosley was a good guy. Steve Chassie, Scott Brayton. Oh, Chip Ganassi, who I got to know really well after he was done racing. Howdy Holmes. Oh, my God, Howdy Holmes. I haven't said that name in forever.
Do you really want to call what Chip did racing? That was the worst driver ever.
Well, yeah, Chip, but he became a good owner now. Come on now. He was a good owner.
And he likes to tip the bottle just a tad bit.
Well, he was dating a girl that I was staff with at Ball State who had lost a ton of weight. She was not classically handsome. And man, oh man, was she good looking when she lost all the weight. And so he was with her, and because I knew him, I was running into him everywhere. I mean, everywhere. And yes, he and I've done some partying with Chip Ganassi. Bill Vukovich, Gordon Johncock, another great guy. Absolutely great guy. Tom Bigelow, Johnny Parsons. I mean, really good drivers. Lloyd Ruby. Anyway, people are room count numbers dropping precipitously as we talk about the Indy 500 in the mid 70s and 80s. So yeah, good times. Good times.
Those were fun times.
Yes, and memories of Chocola. Most people in the country didn't know about Chocola, but we had Chocola, not Yoo-Hoo, Chocola. Good stuff.
Yeah, it's Yoo-Hoo out here, but it was Chocola back there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the same company?
I don't
think so. Is that Coca-Cola or Pepsi or something?
No, I don't think so. Yoo-Hoo is
one
owned...
of them owns it, I think.
Yoo-Hoo's owned by the Dr. Pepper Keurig people, I think. But my mother... My sainted mother, who I spoke with 2 days ago, was shocked and I would say slightly troubled by the knowledge that we don't have White Castles here in Texas. She knows of my great love of White Castles, and we had to go through the whole. Well, you can get the microwavable kind, but I don't use a microwave. So anyway, yeah, we don't have White Castles. We also don't have Wawa here, by the way.
I think there's a White Castles in, is it Camarillo, Oxnard, one of those.
You're lucky.
If I remember right. I'm not even sure, but That's not even anywhere near me.
Oh.
That's way up there near Ventura, where I used to work when I was in sales. When I was the number one salesman in a corporation with so many sales that I equaled dealerships.
They have White Castles in Vegas, but it's in one of those stores that has like 9 different fast food restaurants in it.
I will say this: White Castle has the worst coffee ever. Ever.
I think that
it was so bad. Oh, my dad and I stopped to get coffee at a White Castle's.
Yeah.
It was so bad that Mr. Perks's coffee for 24 hours before even thinking about drinking it, tossed it out the door, out the window.
Well,
it was that bad.
Yeah. It's terrible. No White Castles here. No White Castles. Oh, well. Every time I get to Indianapolis, which thankfully happens less and less, my sister knows we're immediately going to White Castle. And there's something about White Castle, and I don't know if this is from corporate at the top, but I'm pretty sure when a new White Castle employee, and I've never seen a male employee at a White Castle that's not a manager, it's all women, I think they're required to give them a uniform one size too small. I'm not mad at him about it either. Rumpled Trenchcoat says, whenever we head back from visiting my folks, we have to stop off at White Castle for a crave case of cheeseburgers for the ride home. When I graduated from Ball State, I, in my cap and gown, stopped at the White Castle in Daleville and got White Castles. It was the very first thing I did as a college graduate. And then I turned the tassel over after but I mean, I can't, God, I can't think of how many you would eat. I can't go less than 8 White Castles.
My dad said I had 8 of them when I was a year old.
I remember when you put them in your hand.
I eat whole cases of them at a time, usually.
We need more White Castles.
Was there 16 or whatever is in there?
I never got a case. I just looked at the girls working there and thought I could let me take you away from all this, sweetheart. Just the only thing
I think I ordered
is
15 when I was on the loose. One night, I think I told you about that night.
Yeah.
Where we went to all these clubs in Indianapolis with Sparks and Big John and me, and I had we stopped at that one on 16th, and I had 15 of them, I think, something like that.
Yeah, that's not too many. White Castles. Miss the White Castles. So we've already determined your goal is to be alive this year, which is a great goal. Rumple Trenchcoat says something about that little blob of grease on a soft roll that hits just right. And the pickle. Let's not forget the pickle and the reconstituted onions. And by the way, they don't grill those. They put them on those prongs and they steam them. They super hot steam them.
They're steamed.
They got those prongs. I really have a lot of respect for a hamburger that's cooked on prongs. Please give my regards to the chef. Tell him his prongs are working just great today.
I still love cheeseburgers. That seems like the only place that's got any decent ones. We have like a Tom's here and Farmer Brothers, and seems like the McDonald's still makes the best tasting cheeseburgers. They're just tiny.
Jack in the Box has something called a smash burger that I saw advertised.
Oh. The only thing I can eat from them is their
tacos,
their egg rolls, and no, egg rolls and chicken nuggets.
Well,
basically.
The tacos from Jack in the Box aren't even really tacos. I mean, like, I am a person that knows what a taco is, and those aren't really that, but they're what they are, and they're good, and they are cheap as hell. It's like $1.50 for 2 of them or something. I guess that should tell you something. You know,
the tacos that we have here that are good are from.
Del Taco, Taco Bueno.
I can't remember. Yeah, Del Taco.
Yeah, a lot of people
Theirs
like
are
Del
better.
Taco. Yeah, I think it was my mom was talking about they were going to go get Mexican food up in Indianapolis, and I went, yeah, that's not Mexican.
Yeah, right.
That I understand that you think it's Mexican food, but you think Taco Bell is Mexican. That's not Mexican food. Well, the people there are Mexican, and they're not Mexican. Sorry, it's really not.
But you know what? That's not necessarily a bad thing, because I do not like Mexican burritos or tacos. They're all onion and green pepper, and there's no flavor to them unless you add hot. Everything they've got, basically, you have to add hot sauce to make it taste good, which I'm okay with.
Right.
I love hot sauce, but it's not. I have to fix them whenever I make them.
Where's the place you get?
And I generally
you get some rub or something from a place you were always talking about. It's down here in Texas. It's got a
Big
weird
Fatty's Flaming Foods.
Yes.
Mistress Carlita's Spanking Rub.
Yes.
It comes in a. I think I might have the package here. I have to take a picture of it and send it to you.
I think I already went to their site or some. It's hard to find out where they are. It's like one place says they're catering, another place.
It's like Clearview. It used to be Clearview, Texas.
I don't know.
But I think that's different now. I think they moved.
Yeah, they did, because they're the Big Fatty's Flaming Foods in Denton. Oh, they were in Valley View.
Yeah.
It's updated. See, they're all over the place. It says Valley View. And they've got a Facebook. They don't really have there's a bunch of their places that are closed. It's just a mess. Weird. It's just a mess. Absolutely a mess.
It's like a Big Fatty's production. Mistress Carlita's Spanking Rub, and it has the label's white, and it has a handprint on it, like you do fingerprints with black ink. They did a handprint with it. And it has salt. I guess I better get some light on this subject. Salt, sugar, garlic, habanero, cayenne, chili pepper, onion, black pepper, cumin, parsley.
Yeah.
Hickory smoke, oregano, nutritional yeast, paprika, microcrystalline cellulose added as an anti-aging agent.
Jeez. Rumpled Trenchcoat says
it's a 6-ounce package.
He was visiting in-laws in Phoenix. Now that was a breakfast burrito. Yeah, there's a lot of good breakfast burritos out there, but that Phoenix has good ones. God, now I'm hungry for breakfast. And I have never have any breakfast stuff here ever. Never.
I had at 4 a.m. I had Ritz crackers with the illustrious chicken breast from a can mixed with Miracle Whip and extra virgin from Morocco. What else? MCT oil and grapeseed oil.
That sounds very healthy. Rumple Trenchcoat came up with this deal where the day after Thanksgiving, he makes a turkey sandwich, but he puts a bunch of the stuffing on top of the turkey, and then, I forget, it might be ranch dressing on top of that. And I'm like, that actually sounds super good. That sounds much better than anything I would eat actually on Thanksgiving, that sandwich. I got to come up with a name for it.
The guy that owns Roberto's out here, I used to do I did the windows for probably 3 or 4 of his restaurants. Right. I used to see that guy. He'd come over here to Escondido to the Smart and Final where I shop. I'd see him in there all the time. And the Dairy Queen guy that owns 2 Dairy Queens. So it used to be where all the restaurateurs shop. So the winging things and those kind of places all get their stuff from Smart and Final. And I saw him in there all the time. I also did their head office, too, over in Encinitas.
Rumpled Trenchcoat says
and
a little
make monster burritos.
Rumpled Trenchcoat says he puts a little mayo on, but now he's got to try the ranch. Wolf, what do you think about the vast numbers of people that really don't watch my show and that have never been in my chat room or called in or done anything with my show that want to come on my show and either A, tell me how I should be doing it, or B, challenge me to fight them like a man on the internet. What do you think of those people?
Well, I'm guessing that I probably have the same, although I would enjoy making fun of them myself. Mm-hmm. But I'm assuming that you probably, our views are probably about the same on them.
I keep coming back to the thing, which is what's in that for me? What do I get out of that?
Yeah.
But Rumpled Trenchcoat says they're losers. Well, I would agree. It's just interesting to me. It's like you've never been here. You obviously don't like it, which is fine. But now you're kid showbiz all of a sudden, and you've got all this advice for me. I don't understand that. I just don't understand that. I can't make it make sense. It's what the. I don't go to other people's shows that I don't like or don't want to watch, and go, well, here's what I think. Of course, I'm more than happy to do that here. If somebody brings them up, I don't go to their thing. I don't want to be on their thing.
Well, it's like people that try to come at me in comments when I leave a comment on something. Generally, they're, I think they're going to have some sort of comment that'll upset me, or who I'm going to get over on him. Why, you blah, 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 and then I just eat them alive, and then that's the end of that.
Well, that, and it's like, where's the win? Where's the prize? It's like, I'm a chat room all-star. I'm going to show him what for, because then the 40 people that are in the chat room that I frequent will think I'm cool. All those people with, this is Super Cooch 3000 and Butt Plug 100 and OU 812 and... Hitler's mustache, all those people with fake names and avatars, they're going to think I'm cool. We're all going to high-five each other. It's going to be awesome.
Looking for support, getting none, but going ahead anyway.
And then they just wind up like Blind Pew.
Hey, did you know that Sid Haig was a well thought of drummer?
Look, there's nothing anybody can say to me about Sid Haig that will make me like him in any way. Rumple Trenchcoat says...
He's been in a lot of good stuff.
Rumple Trenchcoat says, to be fair, Amanda Hug and Kiss is pretty cool. Sid Haig. There's just nothing... It's just, there's nothing. It's just nothing. All those Rob Zombie movies that I hate, that are terrible.
Well, that's at the end of his career. He did a lot. He was in a lot of good stuff and a lot of shows that we all like.
I know.
And I'm talking about you, me, and Code all like these shows, and he was in them.
Just being in them, though, I just, he wasn't. It's not like, he was in...
And I was wrong about him being married to Pam Grier. They were very close, according to her. He was her mentor, according to her, and they were in 6 films together. And that's where the rumors that I read where they were supposed to be a married couple came from. I don't know how they got by with the same way people always get by with correspondence that aren't verified, but so there was something going on that she just didn't say it. Probably his wife, he'd married some woman recently within the actually I think it was he married her in 2013 or something. Anyway, she probably said that because of his wife. He
was in Choo Choo in the Philly Flash, but look, we get a lot of people that follow this program, and we used to have a lot more when we were one of the networks that streamed us was a horror network, and so we used to have a lot of horror fans around here. And I'm sorry, the Rob Zombie horror movies are the worst things
they
ever.
Were awful.
They've got that one called 31 or something, and it's Doomhead, and I just look at him and go, I'm an old man. I would whip your 5'7" rear end in about 30 seconds. And I'm not, like other people that I'm going to beat up the world, but it's just, you're not scary. You're not, and it's Doomhead. Oh, look out. Hey, whoa. And it's just, no, you're 5'7". You look like beef jerky. You're not scary to me. None of those movies.
Priscilla Barnes was in that one, The Devil's
Rejects.
Was that The Devil's Trio or something?
The Devil's Rejects, yeah. And all of his stuff is super derivative of all those other exploitation movies. I do like it that he puts old TV stars in them. But even when they're in them, they're awful. So, Malcolm McDowell's in one of them. They're just awful, and he's awful. I don't even like his music, but yeah. I'm not a fan of Rob Zombie's horror films at all.
Yeah, I don't think much of them either.
They're trying to be perv, but they're not really perv. They're just attempted perv. That's all.
I don't really. I watched that one and I was like, oh gosh, this is just tiresome.
Yes, that's a good word for it. Tiresome.
I'm an old, tiresome. I'm an old school horror classic fan. Yeah. In fact, I just I don't think I sent it to you, but I just saved on YouTube a large amount of Boris Karloff films.
Oh, hey now.
and you can, and it comes out as a playlist. I forget how many videos it is, but there's quite a lot of them.
I like one of his last movies, Targets. Seen that one? He actually plays like a version of himself at a drive-in, and there's like a shooting or something. He's good in that.
I'm going through them right now. There's a lot of them. Some of them he's just got the one that I just finished watching. It's the one where there's a storm and he's the butler, and there's
is that the one
with two guys?
Is that the one with Peter Lorre and like Peter Cushing or something?
This is old dark house or something.
Okay, it's not The Black Cat, or they did a bunch of them that were like that, but yeah, he had that show, Thriller or Chiller or whatever, for a while.
Yeah,
but he was no Jonathan Frid. He was no Barnabas Collins, which that's just a parlor picture. That's just, they're all in the parlor and everybody's dancing around Barnabas being a vampire. Well, when you came to Collinswood, it was a bit odd that you went to the old house near the crypts. Well, I merely wanted to get in touch with my ancestral home. Surely you can understand that. Oh, yes, now that you've explained it to me, I'm completely overlooking the fact that 9 or 10 girls have been drained of their blood and left on the moors. You know, it's just, and then there was always one person like Willie, the groundskeeper, that would have seen him doing it, and so now I'll kill you, Willie, if you tell everyone I'm a vampire. You know, and there's always one person that these
Dan Curtis production.
Yes, Dan Curtis, who produced so many live things into his later years because nobody else could do it. And John Carlin was, you know, all the and the guy that was Apollo Creed's promoter was on that, and of course Kate Jackson was famously on Dark Shadow. I have the soundtracks from. I have all the music from Dark Shadows on CD, including the Barnabas Collins. But I have Barnabas's theme where he's actually reciting poetry and stuff. Here in Collinswood, my soul craves, you know, blah blah blah. And the one with Beautiful Dreamer playing for the werewolf guy and all I have all of that crap. And the first, it's nightfall at Collinswood, blah 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 blah. Yeah, all of it. I've got all of it.
I tried watching the new one with Johnny. I just don't like Johnny Depp. He's a weirdo, one of these, you know, leftoid weirdos. In fact, when he was on 21 Jump Street, I didn't like the guy. And the fact that he, being a Canadian, had some baloney to say about the U.S. pissed me off to no end.
Can you
so
really?
That's something that I'm not going to forget.
Yeah, he's kind of so messed up. I don't know that we can attribute anything to him, really. I know that I don't think he's Canadian. And the only
he is.
No, I beg to differ. And the reason why is this.
He might live here, but he is Canadian. And from Toronto, I think.
No. He may be Canadian.
Where is he from?
May have become. See, this is the reason, and you'll immediately know why I know this. He was born in Kentucky. And you know. And you know how people from Indiana look upon look upon people from Kentucky. So yeah, I think he's a Kentuckian, which explains so much about him. So very, very much about him. Oh, we got Metal Maiden Vicky here. She says hello and Happy New Year to you, Tom, and to everyone. And she says that she has been watching Dark Shadows for the first time in a while now, currently on episode 720 something, and just love it. I'm on episode 309 or something. I'm not nearly as far along as you, but they're only 20-minute episodes. And by the way, if any show can make 20 minutes say the same thing over and over and over again for 20 minutes, I'm a bit worried that Maggie may have been hallucinating. She says she sees Sarah, who has obviously been dead for 100 years, walking across the graveyard. Okay, now repeat that 9 times and the show's over, and you move on to the next plot point for the next show. Awful. Angelique and Josette.
They move 5 minutes in each show.
Yeah, that's about it.
Just like soap operas.
Well, that was a soap opera, so they just have to keep repeating everything. I'm not Barnabas. I'm Barnabas's
cousin. Oh, good Lord, Tom. Good Lord. 9th of June, 1963.
Yeah, he's only like a week, 10 days, whatever, younger than me. Fellow Gemini.
I think that's pretty close to where my dad might have been born. Owensboro is, I don't even remember where it is now.
Owensboro is in the eastern portion of Kentucky. And the reason I know that is Ball State had a golfer from Owensboro with a thick Kentucky accent. Hey, in or out? In or out? We're getting pizza. Are you in or are you out? But apparently it was a great golfer. It's not far from Evansville. It's on the same river. So maybe it's in the central part. I wish I could keep better track of Kentucky. It's got to be
near because Clarksville is right across the state line and near the river.
Well, it's right. And then it's Henderson is due south of Evansville, but this is south and to the east, but it's on the river. So it's it's where them.
It's not on the 70. I think Clarksville is on the
hillbillies.
70.
Rumpled says, well, shoot, work remembered that I'm supposed to be working today. Have a great day, folks. Oh, Rumpled, sorry that you have to work today, but you have a great day, too, and a very prosperous and splendid 2025. Rumpled Trenchcoat, ladies and gentlemen. Check him out on YouTube, and his sister. So, Dark Shadows.
Work remembered that I'm supposed to be working.
Yeah.
Doggone that work, why I tell it to go to heck.
Metalman Vicky says, also thinking of old school horror and music makes me think of Christopher Lee and heavy metal music. Christopher Lee, very pervish.
I've got a bunch of the Satanic Rites of Dracula or whatever. I was getting ready to watch that one too.
Metalman Vicky said that Christopher Lee is a major fan of the heavy metal genre and has performed with several bands over the years. When Christopher Lee first started being Dracula in the Hammer films, he was very animalistic. He was very animalistic Dracula. He didn't speak. He growled and hissed and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't until later that he actually started talking. They let him start talking, But
and his red eyes.
Oh,
he
God.
glared with his red eyes.
Yeah, with the light just shining on the eyes in the close-up, making those little. That's the old.
But you know who had the best death moan was
Blind Pew.
The best death moan. No, even better than Blind Pew.
Okay, who was
Maybe not as quite as loud. Children of the night, what beautiful music they make.
Children of the night, what beautiful music they make. I do not drink wine. Yeah.
Andreas, come here. No, master, no, Andreas, come here.
You want to hear my Renfield? Here's Renfield.
Which one? So many Renfield.
Dwight Fry, the original Renfield. Then he'd eat a spider off the wall or something.
Master. No, master. No, master.
Dwight Fry played the same creepy weirdo in every movie ever that he ever did.
Yeah.
Good old Dwight Fry.
I guess that's what you call being typecast.
Well, you could make a lot of movie being typecast by then. He died when he was 44. Died very young.
I didn't know.
He was also Fritz in Frankenstein. So he died at a heart attack at age 44 while traveling by bus in Hollywood, just before he was going to begin another movie. So there you go. Poor Dwight Fry. That's just terrible.
Doggone that Holly weird.
Daggone
that
it.
Is the weirdest place.
Yeah, you got that right. You got that right.
I had some. I will say that if you want to see really beautiful women, that's the place.
Well, the Ballad of Dwight Fry is a great song by Alice Cooper, says Metal Maiden Vicky.
Alice Cooper. He's still on tour, I think.
I know. He is.
Isn't that crazy?
It is. How old is Alice Cooper? He's got to be in his 80s.
Right before...
no, he's 76.
He's got to be like 75 or something?
He's 76 years old.
I thought so. Perk just got back from one of his concerts before we had Thanksgiving.
He was touring with somebody else for a while, and I think he made some statements that got him kicked off, or I don't know. I can't keep Metal Maiden Vicky, and she would know, says, yes, he is still kicking ass live. Kicking ass.
Yep.
Taking names.
Yeah, Perk had been, right before we had Thanksgiving, he had been to they were coming back from an Alice Cooper concert.
You know,
I think.
By the way, like, share, subscribe, notification bell, retweet, all the free things that you can do to help us out that serve the almighty algorithm, the powerful, all-seeing, all-knowing. We do accept super chats and memberships, and turn them on. Somebody might gift you something. I don't know. But, yeah, I used to watch all those horror movies. Now horror movies don't scare me, and when I watch them, all I can think of was, well, if the monster's going to kill you, you might as well jack it up as much as you can. Don't just run and yell and scream. Do something, for crying out. Poke it in the eye. Do something. So they don't scare me that much anymore. Metal Maiden Vicky says, I had the honor and pleasure of meeting Alice Cooper at the 2018 NAMM convention. That's the National Association of Music Manufacturers, I think. Was brief but wonderful, and got a picture with him. Well, I would say that he got a picture with you, Metal Maiden Vicky. That's what I would say. That's what I would say, personally. I don't ever ask
being very modest, of course.
I don't ever ask for pictures of anybody famous that I've met. Never. I never. If there's one taken, somebody else took it, and I don't think I have one, and it's because somebody sent it to me. It's me and my sister with Dwight Yoakam in his tour bus. Melanie Vicky says,
I had one autograph. You know who it is?
Let's see here. Tommy Creamy?
No, it was Mario Andretti.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, for sure. You can get an autograph for sure.
And I washed the hat, so it's gone now.
Oh, he signed a hat. Well, Metal Vicky says, I just watched the original Black Christmas movie and was surprised to see Andrea Martin in the movie. Does that have Olivia Hussey in it? I can't remember, but the original Black Christmas, very good movie. She says the Alice picture was after standing in a long line. He was at a booth and stuff. Well, that's cool. That's cool. I've interviewed tons of people, but I've never asked for one. I'm sure funny lady in a horror flick, says Middleman Vicky. I'm sure there's pictures somewhere and that they were taken, but I never asked for one, wanted one, never really. I've gotten some autographs given to me, like Julie Newmar sent me one, and then Frank Converse from Coronet Blue, nothing but blue. And some other people, but I didn't ask for them. I mean, it's nice to have them, and the pictures with people. I just posing, and it's like, yeah, okay. I brushed elbows with this person one time. What's that? It's how many pictures has William Shatner had taken with people in his life? I interviewed him. That's the interviews. The important thing for me. Melanie Vicky says, yes, Olivia Hussey was in Black Christmas. Also, Margot Kidder. Neither of those two are with us anymore, I don't believe. I know Olivia Hussey Olivia Hussey just died just quite recently. Margot Kidder passed away in 2018. Let's see, Olivia Hussey was a British actress, of course. She was very well known for being in Romeo and Juliet, and she died December 27th of this past year. Let's see here. Melanie Vicky says, we had to retrieve the picture on some online site, whatever PR company Alice had, I forget. Well, now they do officially with the backdrop and all the rigmarole and the hoo-ha and all that stuff. But that's how I got in with Shatner. Is some people were wanting all these pictures. He was there to do a voiceover for something. It might have been that 911 show he did. I can't recall. And I was there just to interview. And this lady came up all official with her fancy camera and said, would you like a picture with Mr. Shatner? And I'm waiting, and there's a chair next to him, and I haven't sat down yet. And I went, and he heard this. I made sure. I said, ma'am, I'm about to have something far more valuable than a picture. I'm about to have a conversation with this man. Oh, okay. I had him eaten out of the palm of my hand after that. It was, and I knew from having talked to people that had interviewed him before, you need to do a little smooch on the old Tusherino. So Melanie Vicky says that was a really strange movie. Those phone calls were really disturbing. Oh, they were totally disturbing, and the ending left us wondering too. Yeah, it was a very good movie, but that was the movie that people went crazy because they're making Christmas evil. Christmas is evil. They're making Christmas evil. But anyway, who cares? Christmas is evil sometimes, as we saw in New Orleans just this morning. Well, it's not Christmas technically, I guess. I mean, it's laughing. Yes, that was when Santa was evil and everything was evil. And co-eds were being
Krampus.
Krampus. Yeah, that's the other thing about modern horror movies. They have to have an angle. A leprechaun. He's mean and evil. Oh, by the way, another. Melanie Vicky says, I haven't seen any of the older remakes of the movie yet, though. Oh, well, I got to tell you, the Chucky doll, also not scary to me at all in the least. I don't think there is a children's toy that can scare me. Sorry.
I watched one on Channel 4 during the 60s, and it's the only film that I haven't been able to find. It was one of those puppet shows where the puppets came to life.
Oh, yeah.
And they had little suits on and glasses, and they would whisper to each other and climb on each other's shoulders to open doors. And there was a puppeteer who was evil,
of course,
and these dolls would, of course, get revenge for him. And that there have been many films made like that film, but not that film.
I saw,
and it was on. You saw what?
Well, I saw a movie with Kim Darby in it, and I know it's not the movie that you're talking about, but it was a movie where there was all these little tiny creatures that like wore, those slippers with the long, rolled up toe and whatnot. And they were in this haunted house, and it was a deal where it was like a made-for-TV movie, and she was thought to be a little cuckoo in the head, and so they gave her some sedatives, and these little monsters locked the house up and made her one of them. And it was super. I think it was Don't Be Afraid of the Dark. Goblin-like creatures. A young housewife accidentally sets free 3 goblin-like creatures from within a sealed fireplace in a Victorian mansion, which she's inherited from her late grandmother, and they begin terrorizing her, and then reveals that whoever let them go has to be one of them. So, she tries to stay awake, but the creatures put sedative into her coffee and cut the electricity. They lock Joan outside when she checks the circuit breaker. Sally manages to walk downstairs, but the creatures trip her in the dark, and while she's semi-conscious, they drag her into the basement den, into the unsealed fireplace. Sally, now one of the creatures, patiently waits for their next victim to move into the house. It was so creepy and scary and awful, and just, it's like, no, wake up. And then just dragging her with these little ropes into the, oh man, it just was awful. Just terrible. Poor Kim Darby. Yeah. She didn't deserve that.
Those little dolls can be very creepy.
Yeah.
Not Chucky, of course, but the older ones.
Yeah. Somebody sent me, and it was a viewer of the show, Crystal Johnson, sent me Trilogy of Terror, the DVD for Trilogy of Terror.
Oh, yeah. The little voodoo doll that she tried to burn by throwing it into the oven.
Nobody remembers the other 2 stories of Trilogy of Terror. Nobody even cares about them at all.
Was one of them where she wishes her husband dead, or she wishes her husband came back, and he's like gets chopped up or something, and he comes back and he's like screaming and all these pieces?
Well, I don't think so.
The
first was a college professor who seeks excitement with her students. The second is about twin sisters that have a bizarre relationship. But the third was the Zuni little doll. And Karen Black starred in all 3 of them. And she originally didn't do it, but they agreed to cast her husband in one of them. So, and then she said she would do it. But
I thought one of them was where she had wished he gave her wishes, and she wished her husband was still alive, and he'd been died and been buried or something, and he was screaming because they had embalmed him, and the embalming fluid was like burning him up inside or something crazy like that.
Well, the doll, the one
Weren't
with,
they on a train or something?
No, she did enough creepy movies. Did Karen Black? It could have been another movie, but yeah, she threw the doll into the.
I'm sorry, I've seen too many horror films.
She threw the doll
I've
in
seen too many horror films.
She throws the doll in the oven. She holds the door shut, and the doll screams and burns. And when it stops, she opens the oven to ensure the doll's dead, and then she herself screams. And then later she calls her mother to come over, and she unbolts the door.
And she's sitting on the floor with a knife.
Yeah, and she's stabbing the floor. And then she's got the Zuni teeth, and the spirit of the Zuni is now inside of her. And that's just, nobody remembers the other two. I love Karen Black and Burnt Offerings. It was a cool movie. Is Burnt Offerings, is that a Hitchcock movie? But Karen Black was just always the creepy chick. And no, that was also a Dan Curtis.
She was part of Raxploitation.
Yes, she was. She was also part of slightly cross-eyed hot girl exploitation. Just a slightly cross-eyed hot girl. So Margot Kidder, also slightly cross-eyed hot girl. Karen Black is, I don't think she's with us anymore either. But she was big time for a while, right? No, she died in 2013, the age of 74. Yeah. And she was the offbeat chick. She was always the offbeat, she was in 5 Easy Pieces, man, oh man, and Easy Rider. She was in some big flicks.
Yep. But she was in a lot of them.
But creepy. She was a Scientologist, by the way. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Those are some very strange folks.
Yeah.
The chairman of the board that I hung out with when I was the #1 salesman with more sales than the dealership was the CEO of that company. And I spent probably 3 days with him, and he had some interest. The one thing that he did that I thought was very cool is that he took all of your choices away that usually make you uncomfortable. Like, would you like something to drink? And you're like, no, thanks. He wouldn't give you that option. He'd say, I have milk, I have beer, I have orange juice, I have coffee, I have tea, and you just picked one. He says, I don't have cable, but we can watch movies. He says, you like westerns, sci-fi, horror, blah, blah, blah. And then we'd go and we'd get films and watch those. And
well, she was in Easy Rider.
So
she was in Easy Rider, 5 Easy Pieces. Rider. 5 Easy Pieces. She was in Rhinoceros, which is a Eugene O'Neill play adaptation. The Great Gatsby, Airport 1975, Trilogy of Terror, Nashville, which was a big hit movie, Family Plot, which was one of Hitchcock's very last directorial efforts, Burnt Offerings, which Metal Maiden Vicky likes, Capricorn 1, which is actually a really good movie.
That was a good film.
Let's see here. Come Back to the Five and Dime, Jimmy Dean. And then just, she was in the remake of Invaders from Mars. And then just a lot of crap. Zapped Again, Mirror, Mirror, Evil Spirits, Children of the Night, The Rollerblade 7, ow, The Legend of the Rollerblade 7, Return of the Rollerblade 7. I never heard of these rollerblade movies. Plan 10 from Outer Space. Wow. Children of the Corn 4. Yipes. She was taking everything, wasn't she? A Dogtown, which I think I've heard of. Let's see.
Money's money.
House of a Thousand Corpses. She was in a Rob Zombie movie. Damn you, Karen Black.
Yep.
Damn you. Damn you, damn you. Boy, she did everything. Repo Chick, Some Guy Who Kills People. Yes, there's a movie called Some Guy Who Kills People. But on TV, she was on the FBI. She was on Run for Your Life, another show, which is featured in Men of Action by Ed Robertson. The Big Valley, Mannix, Adam 12, the name of the game. Saturday Night Live as herself 4 times. ER, Murder, She Wrote, Miami Vice, In the Heat of the Night, Party of 5, Law and Order, Criminal, Intent. A lot of stuff.
Wasn't she in one of those Howling films too?
I don't know. I didn't show.
Or am I thinking of Barnes again?
Maybe. Mental Maid Vicky says, oh, wow, I didn't know that movie was a Dan Curtis production. Dee Wallace was in one of the Howling movies, and so was Sybil Danning. Oliver Reed and Betty Davis in Burnt Offerings, too. Yeah, it was a big one.
Speaking of Raxploitation, Sybil Danning.
Sybil Danning has twice agreed to do an interview with me, and then her, and I never really knew whether it was her or her handlers, but then always at the last, not the last second, but a few days beforehand, the handler would come out and go, oh, she's going to Austria for a few weeks, so we'll have to do it later. And when that happens, I generally don't follow it up, but I'm such a big fan of hers that this one I did follow up, and then the very sort of same thing happened. And she did go to Austria because she posts everything she does and all that, but it's like, that just didn't work out. That's okay. That's okay. But yeah, Sybil Danning, yes, a very, she no Phyllis Davis, but still pretty good.
No, but she's part of Raxploitation.
Yes, she is part of it.
Part of the Poochie revolution.
Mm-hmm. And Phyllis Davis was too in Terminal Island. Did the Raxploitation.
The Big Bird Cage, and what else was she in?
Oh, God.
A lot of other stuff.
Phyllis Davis. Well, she was probably,
and of course, Vegas.
Probably best known for Vegas and Love Boat. She was also on like every game show ever. And when she got sick, she didn't let anybody know. She just said, no, that'll do it for me. She's from Port Arthur, Texas. She was in Beyond the Valley of the Dolls by Russ Meyer. Hey, of course she was.
Yeah, everything's big down in Texas. I guess she sort of fit that bill.
She was in Sweet Sugar, Terminal Island, as I mentioned, Day of the Dolphin, The Choir Boys. The Choir Boys is a really underrated movie. And listen to the stars of The Choir Boys. Charles Durning, Louis Gossett Jr., Perry King, who used to be big, Tim McIntyre, John McIntyre's son, Randy Quaid, Don Stroud, James Woods, Burt Young, Robert Weber, old school guy, Jim Davis, Vic Tayback, Phyllis Davis, Barbara Rhodes, another member of the Raxploitation crowd.
Poochie Revolution.
Yes, and Charles Hayde, who played Renko on Hill Street Blues. Anyway, she was in The Wild Women of Chastity Gulch, and she was in Guns. She also played Scarlett O'Hara in Train Ride to Hollywood, which is another of the movies that I'd really love to see. She was a guest a lot on Love American Style, Knight Rider, Magnum P.I., The Love Boat.
Love American Style, in the red, white, and blue.
She was on Love Boat, Fantasy Island, The Wild Wild West. Match Game. God, she was on Match Game. And she was also on Battle of the Network Stars. And then, of course, Vegas. Good old Phyllis Davis. I'm telling you. Middleman Vicky had not heard of those rollerblade movies either. Neither have I. Neither did anybody. Nobody heard of them. Nobody cared. At all.
I'll be honest with you. I think I've seen one.
Well,
I've seen a lot of crazy, obscure movies.
well, yeah, I think I have too. We seek them out. Battle of the Network Stars. Yes, I did a show on Battle of the Network Stars, by the way. And if you'd like to call in, go ahead. I'll try and merge you with the wolf. It works sometimes. It doesn't work sometimes. It's touch and go. You never know. You just never know. So, anyway. Did you have a lot of noise in your area around midnight last night? Some people like to shoot guns.
It's been going on since Christmas.
Some people like to shoot guns in the air at midnight on New Year's Eve, which is, Middleman Vicky
I think
says,
they stopped all of that because they realized those bullets have to come down.
yeah, they eventually gravity. Middleman Vicky says that's a show that would never work today. It's not the same. No, it wouldn't. There's a lot of shows that wouldn't work today. Three's Company. I mean, there's a lot of those jiggle shows that we had back then. I mean, Solid Gold, for crying out loud, wouldn't work today. Soul Train might not work today. Who knows? But I was watching an episode of Dynasty. Remember, we never missed Dynasty. Ever. To see Dynasty every week.
I still remember that mansion that Linda that she had up in Olympia, Washington.
Yep.
That place was huge.
And she was married to John Derrick, who married like 4 women that looked almost identical to each other. And all of them spectacularly gorgeous. You know, and John Derrick, not that famous for acting. You know, he was in a lot of movies. You know, he was in the 10 Commandments. He was in a lot of stuff. But he's probably best known for marrying Patty Bears, who was a Russian-American prima ballerina and actress. Then he marries Ursula Andress, blonde, statuesque. Then he marries Linda Evans, who looks almost identical to Ursula Andress. And then he marries Bo Derek, who's statuesque and blonde.
Yeah.
So he moved, he married, 3 almost identical looking women. But none of them really liked him.
Well, he was, he was supposed to be the stud of that time with his, from the, we're talking about the dude that was the one of the worst Tarzans.
Yes. John Derrick. I'm not talking about Ron Ely.
Actually, wasn't it? No. That had Bo Derek in it, didn't it?
I don't know.
One where he played Tarzan, wasn't that Bo Derek?
I don't think so. His last movie role was in 1966. So, But yeah, he was a real piece of work. And all of the women.
Then we're not thinking of the same guy. Then I'm thinking of the one that was in Tarzan that she was in, that Bo Derek was in with. Oh, I'm thinking of Michael O'Keefe.
Miles O'Keefe.
Is that his name?
Miles O'Keefe.
Well, same thing.
Yes, he was just a model. He wasn't all that. But, Bo Derek. She stayed with him. Since 2002, she's been in a relationship with actor John Corbett from Northern Exposure. And they got married in 2020. So they're a couple now. What do you think? What do you think about that?
Isn't she like 7 million years older than him?
Well, she's 68. You remember she was really young when she hit the scene, and he is 63. So not that much difference.
They're both my age. Are you kidding me?
Yes, Wolf, it happens to us all. All the people that we think are super old, we find out they're actually our age. It's disappointing.
That's scary.
On this New Year's Day to learn that. It really is. It's New Year's Day down in Laredo. So, yeah. And by the way, if you'd like to call in the numbers in the scroll, I can try to merge the calls, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. You just never, ever know. You never know. At least I never know.
Yeah, I used to watch that show, Northern Exposure, until that last episode, which was kind of silly. But
I only watched it occasionally. Metalman Vicky says Northern Exposure was a wonderful show. I started watching it again. It's been years. All I know is the old guy got the hot waitress that everybody wanted on that show. That's all I remember from it. It's just most shows, that's all I remember. What happened to the hot girl?
Oh, yeah. I can't remember his name. He was in a lot of stuff, too.
Yeah, he was.
Or he was in that.
He was the dad to one of the main doctors on ER. And yeah, he's in a ton of stuff. But
yeah, he was.
Yeah. So anyway, what do you got going on today? Football? Watching football?
I'm probably gonna get out. I'm gonna have some more of them Ritz crackers with some of that dip I made, and probably have a little liquor in with some tea, black tea and liquor.
You know, they're postponing that Georgia Notre Dame game just till tomorrow.
Rain, snow.
No, truck hitting and killing 10 people.
They're going to have that there? I forgot where the game was.
Yeah, it's down there. That's what everybody was there for. Let's see here. Boom, shakalaka. Yeah, it's at the Superdome, and in Georgia and Notre Dame were playing there. And
well, there's still Ohio State and Oregon, and there's
Texas and Arizona.
Tennessee
Texas and Arizona State are playing right now.
Arizona State.
The Peach Bowl. It's 17-5, which is just a weird score. I hate it when that score's weird like that. That's weird. That's just weird.
That means there's probably a safety.
Well, definitely. So, yeah. Yeah, I guess. I see Buffalo is playing Liberty on Saturday.
Liberty.
For those of us who are following the Mid-American Conference, I'm wondering.
Buffalo should lose that game.
Let's see here.
Liberty's had some pretty decent teams here lately.
They have. Dang on it. Pitt played Toledo. A record six overtimes. Toledo beat Pitt 48-46.
Yep.
Go Mid-American Conference. That's why they won.
Seems like
because it was that
seems like another Mid-American Conference team won.
It was that Ball State wasn't playing. That's why.
Well, that's because it's not the COVID year.
Yes, we are unstoppable when there's a pandemic. I bet you we were great in 1914.
Eastern Michigan or something that also won?
Let's see here. Mid-American Conference. Let's see. Ohio beat Jackson State. How about that? I guess we're 4-2. Let's see here. That's what it says. It says we're 4-2. But who cares?
Yeah, I knew there were some other teams that were successful.
Yeah, I'm not loading all that crap into my... I could probably go to the MAC. Man, the MAC conference website is just a mess. So anyway,
it's the MAC. What do you expect?
I expect quality at every level. Let me see here.
From the MAC?
Let's see.
Your expectations are going to be dashed on the rocks.
Always. Okay, so Western Michigan in the Veterans Bowl lost 30-23. Ohio beat Jackson State in the Cure Bowl. Northern Illinois beat Fresno State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl.
That's right.
Which is generally the bowls that the MAC schools play in, have names like that. Toledo beat Pitt, as I mentioned. Arkansas State beat Bowling Green in the 68 Ventures Bowl. Miami of Ohio destroyed Colorado State in the Arizona Bowl. And Buffalo and
there you go. That's the end.
Buffalo and Liberty will hook it up today at Saturday at 11 a.m. So whatever, who cares? So yeah, sounds like you got an exciting day planned. I'm going to end this show here pretty quickly. Just do nothing, I guess. I don't know. That's my plan.
Oh yeah, I don't think I'm gonna watch any live games. I might, but I'll probably just watch everything once it's done and they just have the short version of it. I'll probably watch it.
Yeah, I don't think Arsenal plays for a billion years here. We won the day after Boxing Day, the 28th. Well, we're probably getting ready to... Oh, we played today. Well, crap. I guess I missed that. We did beat Brentford 3-1. So we are now in second place in the English Premier League, only 6 points now behind Liverpool, who have a game in hand. So we'll go back to 9 points probably. That'll be great. We can chase just like we did last year and come up a point short. That'll be great. That'll be great. Thanks for that. But anyway,
I did watch the kickboxing girl, the MMA fighter that's from Manchester. Although she's probably going to get her comeuppance now that she started flapping her gums about how great she is.
Uh-oh.
That generally follows your flapping your gums.
Let's see here. Let's see if I can find it as Dakota Ditcheva. Is that her name?
Yep, Ditcheva.
Oh, she's an
Dakota Ditcheva,
a former Muay Thai fighter. Yes, well. Oh, yes. Well, I suppose she'll have quite a fight on her hands then. She's only a flyweight. She's fighting out of Coconut Creek, Florida. 26, 5'8". She's 5'8" and weighs 125 pounds. Yipe. Give that woman a sandwich.
She's bony, and they're claiming that she's some sort of beautiful model. She's barely average in appearance. Although being tall enough and bony enough to be a model.
But I heard that she is wiry. She's got cords of muscle.
She's a stick of dynamite. She's really thin, but she is a stick of dynamite out there.
Anyway, well, hey man,
she just won $100,000 winning the European P something league championship in Europe.
All right.
And started flapping her go, I'll clean everything out. Blah, 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 blah.
I think it's all done and dusted. I think it's all done and dusted. It's just ready for the taking. Cheerio, pip, pip. Hail Britannia. Britannia rules the waves. But anyway, well, I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to wind things down here. And then I'm going to just think about Brad.
Think about what a great new year he's going to have.
How long did he consider? There's so many things that go through my head. It's like, how long did he consider not responding? Was it just, I don't want to do that? Or is it like, well, should I? I don't know. Should I? Or was it just usual Brad stuff? I'll think about that later.
Hey, knowing Brad, he might not even remember who I am.
Well, I don't know. He got enough weapons.
Yeah, it sounds plausible, huh?
No, it doesn't sound plausible at all. He got enough weapons. He got enough up close and personal. He got enough up close and personal views of his head being mashed into that Army issue mattress in your dorm room. I'm sure he remembers.
Plus all the abuse he took whenever he would come back from doing something really stupid.
Or just the abuse.
From falling out of his truck to stealing dump trucks.
What about the unspoken abuse of just seeing him on campus walking back to class with not a textbook, but a paper-thin folder with the syllabus in it, and that's it. Nothing else, just the syllabus, and maybe some notes taken. I probably didn't even own a pen. Let's see. Metal Maiden Vicky, thank you so much for the $3 super sticker. That is so kind of you. Metal Maiden Vicky will be on our show now that it's the turn of the year. We can get some of that stuff planned. Not this week. Oh, forget it. The whole week's just wiped out. How long am I live today, Tom? Well, the way I'm feeling right now, not a whole hell of a lot longer. We'll see. Anyway, well, hey man, thanks for chatting. Appreciate it. Hope you have an awesome 2025. And I, for one, hope that you live. Okay, so Metal Maiden Vicky says Metal Maiden Vicky says she'll be on soon. Thanks. Well, tell us all when you'll be on and where, and I'll put it up in the chat. Yes, I hope you live this year, Wolf. That's one of my biggest hopes for you, is that you will be alive.
Well, I'll certainly start working towards that. Let's hope I don't fail at it, though, like most New Year's resolutions.
You're gonna be fine. Anybody that just lives a good life and according to scripture. Oh, she said, I will be on soon. Oh, she meant my show. Well, she's on Saturdays from one of the hours of the day to another of the hours of the day. If I would say it, but I'll get it wrong because of East Coast and Central and all of that.
Is she going to call in as soon as I get off of here?
No. We're going to have her own show. She's going to be featured. Okay, so she's on Saturdays from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern at sonicasylumradio.com. Great chat room. You can put GIFs up in it. It's really cool. Not just metal, but a lot of metal. Change your opinion of metal. And great band interviews. She does the best band interviews of anybody. So, anyway. All right, Wolf. Well, have a great 2025 and eat a lot of food today.
Well, that's probably a bad idea, but I am at almost 290, and I need to start dropping that weight, even though it's my physical size, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and enjoy me some football.
All right.
I remember in Virginia, some of my schoolmates, when I was in school, joined the army to fight the Blue Boys. Oh, I can't believe those old guys.
Over at Shiloh.
I think I saved that one too, so I can go in and get some more dialogue between him and.
Please do.
No good, no count, no good for nothing. Northern trash come down here to steal precious resources and put them to their own perverse use. Northern scum
Trying
come down here to take our precious flowers of the South.
The flower of.
Come down here to use the flower of Virginia. Carpet begging trash. Yep, mint julep. I think they're trying to steal my mint julep right out of my flower yard, my front yard. And no good trash come down here to take my precious mint julep.
Metal Maiden Vicky, thank you.
Trying to destroy my crop.
Metal Maiden Vicky, thank you for the $2 super chat. Happy New Year once again to all. All right, Wolf, we'll talk to you again later, I'm sure.
Goodbye, Daddy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
See you later. The Wolf. I love talking to the Wolf. Anyway, phone lines are open at 972-994-6822 if you care to call in. If you don't, that's okay. I can end this in 9 minutes. And we can be done. Finito. Endo. And all of that. I keep having to remember it's Wednesday. It feels like a weekend. And then I can get back to watching Dark Shadows. And play a Tim Brickley song for the ending of the show. It's really Never Go Out of My Way to See You Fall is such an appropriate song for this program. It really is. For reasons that are they're just good reasons. Oh, better get the Wolf off the screen. There we go. There we go. I could interview this guy. Nah. Doesn't look like he knows all that much. Doesn't really look like he knows all that much. But, yeah, we did a nice 4-hour show for you, whatever. I could have prepared things. I could have invited guests and all that, but I didn't. 972-994-6822 was just wondering if perhaps serendipity would provide some guests today. Need to end the show soon due to the, the giant tanker of coffee that I drank. That's, as you can see, not from Wawa. It's a giant tanker of that. And yes, the one thing I love, it's a tanker of coffee. When I want a coffee, I want it in a tanker form. Wolf says, now that it's 2025, I'm going to work on a new crop of mint julep flowers. I remember back around Blue Boys, they were trying to find a place where we could... Anyway. Yeah, that's what's going on. What do we got coming up here on the show? Tomorrow, we'll have Fred Hampton. And then I don't know what's on after that. If anybody has any opinions, let me just read what's on the schedule. Well, what the possible. We got Elliot Ness, Stan Rogers, the movie Brian song, Co-Intel Pro. I won't do that one that soon after Fred Hampton because those go together. The Anarchist Cookbook, Dick Prenicky, Japanese internment, String Bean, the famous country music star who was killed over some money. H.R. Puffin stuff. I don't want to do Mike Rowe anytime soon. Section 230, Dan Rather, The Fairness Doctrine, Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome I started looking into. It's not that interesting. Although there are some other syndromes that, like the Stockholm Syndrome is when the hostage starts to empathize with the hostage takers. There's one called the London Syndrome where one of the hostages antagonizes the hostage takers so much that they just go ahead and get rid of everybody, which is not probably... Can you imagine being in with a guy like that? And you're just like, hey, chill out. Chill out. The wolf says, I'm going to protect my crop from filthy northern trash. Filthy northern trash. Nick Rowe. I got to get back to Nick Rowe at some point in time. Elephants. Lux Radio Theater. 3D movies. I think that was a Metal Maiden Vicky suggestion. And so those are some things. Or something I just figure out and just do. I've got some guests, too, that are lined up. And now that's the... After this week, they'll be free. You know, I think this is one of those weeks people just write off the last 2 days. Just forget it. Just forget it. It don't matter. Just forget it. We got 4.5 minutes if you'd like to call in. Or if you don't want to call in. I don't care. It's up to you. It's your business. I don't control you. Do what you want. Do what you want. What else? I'm trying to think. Any other show news? Not really. You know, it's the first day of the year. Maybe there's other shows on. Maybe there's not. All I know is I'm going dark shadows like you can't imagine. And probably a lot of sleeping. And I have now a caffeine headache from all that coffee. You know, that it's not a bad thing. It's just, God, I drank too much coffee. I drank a lot of it. A lot of it was drunk, was drinking, was drinked. There was just a lot of it. An awful lot of it. Oh, boy. 3.5 minutes. 972-994-6822. Going once, going twice. Your big chance to really let me have it with all of your exciting, informative, very well thought out, tried and proven beliefs regarding doing a show, banning and timing out people, all of the things. The Wolf says 4 minutes of pure explosive content. So much content, you just can't watch it. You just can't watch it. It's just, there's so much there. You just can't even watch it. There's so much. So much great beer, red, white, and blue, Falstaff, Meisterbrau, PBR. So much delicious, unchilled beer. You just couldn't drink it. Wiedemann's. Old Heilemann's. No, Heilemann's Old Style. That's not Old Heilemann. What was that one? Christian Moorline. You know? Shaneling. Hudipole. Hudi Gold. Hudi 14K. just the worst beers you'd ever want to drink. So much bad beer, you just couldn't drink it. You couldn't drink it. Okay. I got about a minute and a half here. Then I'm turning off these phone lines. They're going to be off. Boy, won't that be a tragedy. What else? I got anything else around here? Not really. What am I going to... I got to make some lunch. I'm sure there'll be some... Oh, I got a barbecue pizza I can make. All right. Let's see here. The Wolf says, I feel completely overwhelmed with the amount of information available. Yeah, there might be too much. There might actually be too much. I was just thinking about, a lot of the criticism I received, most of it recently, because certain people, this shows just, it's not for them. And you would think they could figure that out, but sometimes they need help, and I have to help them figure that out. And a lot of them are, maybe they're people that had a show that have never in their life had a show, but the internet makes it easy. So now they're experts on having a show, and that's fine. But, Frankie McDonald gets better numbers than any of us, so I'll just throw that out there. In addition, I don't want to get into it. That's why get into that. Just starting a new year, everything's going to be Jake. We're not going to have to worry about any of those people because they'll never come by here. They certainly, have left to their own devices, will simply concentrate on what they're doing and improving it. And those are the very few that actually do have a show. Most of them are just people that, kind of view the internet as a way for them to complain or, look down upon others. I don't know how you do that, but... Oh, phone lines going closed. Say goodbye. Say goodbye. Phone lines are now, bam, shut. And that means I'm looking at that old clock on the wall, and like the Reverend Al Green, it's time for me to get up on out of here. So, let me see something here. I got to check. Sometimes I get messages during the show, and I have not done a good job of checking my messages during the show. Let's just double check, because sometimes people send me things, and I don't want to be one of those people. They go, that's not what they actually say, but, that's the way it usually ends up. I mean, they don't say, that's me, kind of doing an imitation of them. Not to be pejorative, but just because it's easier than saying actual words. Man, that wouldn't want to go backwards, does it? Well, I think it's all messed up. I don't know why I'm doing that. Oh, there we go. Now it's fixed. Oh, now, come on. Yep. Sorry. Just making sure nobody... perfect. Perfecto. Grande. Yes. The Wolf says, I'll tell you right now, never seen anything like it. Ever, in my whole life. Never did. All right, well, that's going to do it for today's exciting New Year's program. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, where we'll tell you about Fred Hampton. Ooh, not a fun story. Not a fun story. And then we'll do Friday night. You know what Friday night's going to be? It's going to be overrated, underrated. And I might just make those things all about 2024 things. I don't know. But that's what we're going to do. And with all that being said, I personally feel the only thing left there's Terry Nee, and he's applauding the end of the show, I would assume. A lot of people are happy that the show is ending. Oh. Yeah, there is a show or two out there, and Terry Nee's appearance here made me recall this. There's a show or two out there that I have refrained from commenting on that might have had some things to say, and I'm not gonna because of Terry Nee. He's associated with some of those people, and so, and out of respect to Terry Nee, I'm not going to. But if I ever do, they're not going to like it very well at all. And all I will do, like I always do, is one of two things. I will say 100% true things, or I will ask questions, which I think is fair. So I want to close here with kind of a motto of the show. We'll probably go back to the regular openings every freak out. But this is a little motto of the show. Tim Brickley and the Bleeding Hearts. It's called I'd never go out of my way to see you fall. Till next time, we will see you next time. I don't think you heard part of that. I think I actually have to leave my microphone open for this. Let me know if you get echo. Somebody, well, I don't even know. I played it at the start of the show. I don't know what's going on. But I'm going to remove myself from the thing. So let's do that. And then let's do this. And then until next time, we'll see you next time. Okay, hold on a second here. Let's try this again. I'm just frightened that I'm going to get echo here. But I don't know what else to do about it. I'm going to go ahead and play this here song. And here's a stupid song.
To you long ago. Dogs of a feather may hang together, but rabid dogs tend to stray. I empathize your cross wires. I may even share your twisted desires, but never go out of my way to see you fall.
You know, that might have had echo. I don't know. I don't think this is going to have echo. So let's all just listen to the lyrics. It's a very good song.
I don't know what happened to you long ago. Dogs of a feather may hang together, but rabid dogs tend to stray. I empathize with your cross wires. I may even share your twisted desires, but never go out of my way to see you fall. Oh, do you remember when you came to me on the outside looking in? You pitched your tent, stole my shit, and hit the road again. You never did nothing without an angle down below, like everyone else, only so much more so. Never go out of my way to see you fall. You can trash my songs, forget my lines, drinking my women, steal my wine. You can claw your way to the bloody top, but never go out of my way. I'd never go out of my way to see you. I'd never go out of my way to see you fall. I guess it's just a matter of a couple of degrees between standing on your belly and crawling on your knees. Remember you and your demon showing up at the door, a bottle of Herradura at 3:45. I cared for you when you didn't even know yourself. Man, I helped you become somebody else. So I'd never go out of my way to see you fall. You can trash my songs, forget my lines, drink my women, steal my wine. You can claw your way to the bloody top, but I'd never go out of my way. I never go out of my way. I never go out of my way to see you fall.
Guitar.
Yeah, you can trash my songs, forget my lines, drink of my women, steal my wine. You can claw your way to the bloody top. The only one there is going to be you. And for a while, you may even be happy too. But it's true, we always get what we deserve. You got you. Trash my songs and get my lines. You can drink of my women, steal my wine, claw your way to the bloody top, but I'd never go out of my way. I'd never go out of my way. I'd never go out of my way.